do know what you're drinking is meant for eye surgery.
I'm just drinking water, man.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Cheap Seat Critics podcast, where we are covering Robert Downey Jr.'s Sherlock Holmes, 2009. But with me today is us. Hello, I'm a geeky writer, one of your hosts.
I'm cruising around.
And I'm Sprinks, and hey, if you're listening from the Nine Elms, you can find us on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, X, Blue Sky, Blue Ski, for all those social stuff. We got LetterBoxd for our average out numbers and graphs of whatever it is we've covered. We got YouTube and Rumble for visual side of things with the PNG tubers and slideshows and whatever we're covering. But hey, maybe not your forte, and we totally respect that. You can find us on audio platforms all over the place for wherever you listen to podcasts.
Yeah, and I mean, today, I guess we'll start with our histories, because I imagine there's going to be some history for this one. So, Crimson, why don't you start?
All right. Is this purely off this movie or Sherlock Holmes as a whole?
That's a big
Let's
question.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do summary of her whole, but primarily this one.
Okay. I've seen some of Sherlock Gnomes. I have seen this movie and the sequel. I have seen a couple episodes of the 1934 show, whatever the 30s Sherlock show was. I don't remember what year it was. And I feel like I saw Elementary, the TV show. I saw half an episode of Sherlock with Cumberbatch, and that's probably the bulk of my Sherlock knowledge. I'm sure I'm missing a couple things, but there's that. For this one in particular, I've probably seen this 3 or 4 times. I have not seen it in a long time. I think I was still in high school, which was a while ago at this point. It's probably been 10 years or so would be my guess. 8 to 10 years since I've seen this. And yeah, once for the podcast.
That's a big fair. Sprinks, why don't you go next?
Sweet. I've dabbled in Sherlock stuff for lawns and lawns of times. I've read 2 Sherlock books. I can't remember which ones they were. I've seen this movie. This is my 5th time watching this one. I've seen Game of Shadows. I've seen the BBC Benedict Cumberbatch, Martin Freeman season 1. I didn't get into season 2. I've read different books where Sherlock Holmes has been a guest like character in comic books. There's a Sherlock video game, Murder something or other, that I've played. Um, I feel like there's something else Sherlock that I've done that I can't remember, some kind of game or something. Anyhow, but yeah, this is my, as I said, 5th time. I believe 5th time watching this movie, and I did not see it in theaters.
Well, interesting, because that's going to lead into one of my first facts. But I'll go with my history first. Kind of similar to Springs. I've read a few Sherlock Holmes stories, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. I've seen probably 3 seasons. I've seen 3 seasons of Benedict Cumberbatch's Sherlock. I've also seen the 80s Reichenbach Falls movie. I've listened to some of the BBC radio show works, and I remember seeing some of the 30s one as well. So I've got my hand in a lot of different varying kinds of Sherlock. But for this film, this was a kind of a I've seen some of the sequel. I've seen the sequel plenty of times, but this was a family favorite film for a while. I can remember a time where I had this film was watched once a month in my house, and it was just a matter of not whether I participated or not. So see this movie probably too many times to count. I'm probably in the double digits somewhere. I would like to say I want to say somewhere probably between 20 and 40, but I'm not sure.
Quite the wide range.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, there's a point where I just stopped keeping count. I had seen it a lot. I've only seen it once for the podcast though, to rewatch the podcast, and it has been a few years. So This is kind of I watched this movie a lot before I started my I guess our podcast and I guess trying to look at art in a more creative building sense of objectivity and stuff like that. So this is a first for this film as far as applying that lens for me.
Oh boy,
Um,
curiouser and curiouser.
yes, indeed, food for thought. So uh, I will then transition us to history, unless anyone's got any. Sorry, I will transition us to facts, unless anyone's got any little bits of history to add on.
Not necessarily a history per se, but I am a decent sucker for settings of 1890s.
Yes, that's
Wonder why
one
you're
of the
saying
things.
that.
Yeah. Uh, I have no idea why either, so I can't wait to hear why. But
Oh, a
I
couple
also
dabbles
did.
Ed,
of the Prestige, Red Dead Redemption. Um, there was another Western movie that was in like 1895 that I'm blanking on, but
That's
and
fair.
Springs, you saw Enola Holmes, right? That's
oh yeah,
kind of a
Enola
Sherlock
Holmes.
thing.
That's true. I have seen the first Enola Holmes. Sherlock is in that movie, so I guess that counts.
And Ryder, you saw Elementary, right?
Oh yeah,
I
I did. I did see most of Elementary. I think I don't remember how many seasons it was, but I think I stopped one season before that show was over. Um,
And does Assassin's Creed Syndicate count?
I was
um,
trying to remember if Sherlock was in there. I don't, I
I
don't
don't
think
think
he was.
Sherlock's in there, but I do remember you playing out one of the Sherlock stories as an assassin. I think, if
Like
I'm
Jack the
remembering
Ripper's in
correctly.
there.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good DLC.
Yeah.
One of the better ones from the Assassin's Creed franchise. So yeah, got plenty of Sherlock history to go around, huh, fellas?
Mhm.
Um, so I will jump into facts. Fact number one: this wasn't a there wasn't a traditional spec script for this film. The producer wrote out the plot for his idea in this story as a 25-page comic book, uh, as a means to get the story like going.
Just
Huh.
Yeah. Uh, Interesting fact that I said I was going to lead into, but if you had seen this in theaters, you would have had a different experience because James Harris hadn't been cast as Moriarty yet. So those who went to the theaters got a different voice for Moriarty.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's neat.
Uh, yeah, he was voiced by. Hold on. It started with an A. It was voiced by Andrew Jack. And when came time for the movie to be released for home release TV versions and now streaming service, obviously, it was James Harris did audio work for it since now they had their choice of Sherlock.
Or their choice of Moriarty.
cool. Already.
Yeah, their choice of Moriarty. Sorry, well, you know what I meant.
It's very neat.
um, Fun fact about Robert Downey Jr. and Jude Law: they were not Guy Ritchie's first choices for the roles in this film.
I can
Um,
believe that. Guy
y-
Ritchie is very
yeah,
particular in a sense of his casting.
yeah. Guy Ritchie always wanted to do an authentic Sherlock Holmes story because he grew up listening to the BBC radio show of the characters. Um, but he originally found he really just was in search for a younger Sherlock. But he didn't have anybody in specific in mind for Sherlock. He did have somebody in specific in mind to play Watson, and that was Russell Crowe,
Oh, too old.
which would have been a very different Watson.
Yeah, I would say.
Um,
Is
and then I guess
what's
while we're on
the
the Watson,
what's the age gap between Russell Crowe and Jude Law?
I haven't the faintest.
I
I
don't
just feel
think
like
it's
Russell
actually
Crowe's
that big.
older.
I think Jude Law is just aged well, I think.
And that could be it.
Maybe. Um, this was not speaking of Jude Law, this was not Jude Law's first Sherlock project. He was in the late 80s, early 90s Sherlock, where he was a servant to what's his name? Da, da, da. Yeah, he was in the show the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, where he'd been like a cameo as a character's servant in the
Before or
show.
after this movie?
Oh, this is before. This is
Before.
the
Okay.
early 90s.
9-year gap, by the way,
Yeah,
with Jude Law and Russell
9-year
Crowe.
gap. Okay.
yeah. And obviously, this film was released December 25th of 2009. Had the runtime 129 minutes. Directed by Guy Ritchie with a budget of 90 million and a box office of 524 million.
Hmm.
I see why a sequel was
Yeah.
made
Then again,
profit.
not exactly a
December
very
25th.
yeah, not exactly a really Christmas movie, but I do remember posters where just on it says like Christmas Day.
Yeah, I remember vaguely some of that too. It's definitely not a Christmas movie. Uh, it would be a very, very different movie, I think, if it was. But yeah, they don't even pay homage to the holiday at all. It was just
No.
happened to be the release day for it. For those who want to have a murder mystery to go to, I guess, on the holidays.
Well, then again, the oh God, what is it? Dead Week. It's got some kind of name for it, but the week leading up to Christmas is the most like dead theater week there is because no one's going to a theater because everyone's setting up for Christmas and the holidays. So, I guess a movie to come out the following weekend, kind of like jump starting back in, would make sense. I guess
Hmm.
for a big hit.
That's true. Could be. My last fact of the assortment that I gathered online. So remember, most of these can be taken with a grain of salt. Always verify and check yourself. In Victorian England, spiritualism was a big movement. So the producer was inspired when crafting the story for the villain Lord Blackwood, who was based off of an English occultist named Aleister Crowley. Wingram liked the idea of a almost supernatural Holmes detective facing off against the villain who was purportedly actually supernatural.
Very neat. Aster Crawley. That sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard
Yeah,
that name in
I was
something
having the same
else.
thing. I've had to have seen an adaptation of that in something.
Yeah, Crawley is a name that's goes around. I've heard the name. I've heard that name in other books and stuff like that. I don't know if I've seen. I don't remember a particular character right off the top of my head with the name Crowley though. Uh, and that is it for the facts I have. So I will turn this over to you two
Huh.
gentlemen if you would like to jump in with any facts of your own.
Quickly, just looking up Aleister Crawley, supposedly connected to Katy Perry in the Super Bowl and Satan. Um,
Mm.
it's
Oh,
probably not
nice.
what I'm thinking of, but
Is he the ones? Is he the reasons the Chiefs were winning for like a bunch, or
could
the
be.
Patriots were
Don't
winning a
know.
bunch?
Do not know. Um, yeah, I do have one fact, which is in time to the quote I picked up at the beginning for the cold open here. Is eye surgery back in the day. The chemical or the not chemical, but the solution used for surgeries like that usually were laced with cocaine.
I
Oh,
mean, a lot of
neat.
medicine back then was
But that checks out because Sherlock used a lot of drugs. So at least in the book versions of him.
Ah,
in an elementary.
so that could be hinted with
Yeah.
that.
Well, I mean, he straight up used smokes a pipe. They're just not clear on what's in
What he's
there.
smoking, yeah.
Yeah. Um. All right. Uh. Well, the docket for today, gentlemen, is going to be a three-act structure. That's going to be popcorn within the acts. Uh. And Act One will be from the start to the duo arriving at Blackwood's tomb. So we will start with Crimson.
All right. Sherlock left the stove on. I know. And left the gun which kind of gets referenced back later. And I was just thinking, would he have done that at this point? We know he's a. This was also before his 3 month like self wallow pit of despair, where he's supposedly composed with Watson. So that kind of stood out as being a little odd to me. How detail oriented he is.
Is he scatterbrained and aloof? Or is there a precise reason for everything he does to do?
I mean, you
My
could probably extrapolate to anything. You'd be like, okay, maybe he left the gun and the stove on to test Watson's abilities of observation or something. I mean, you could probably do that, but I don't know if that's how they were trying to portray it.
I the way I lean is that there was a reason Sherlock did those things. It's just not explained why. With the other uses of him forgetting things in this, or quote unquote forgetting things throughout this film, or how he does it, they all have a purpose to them in some way of him doing a manipulation tactic or a guilt trip or something like that with the reason to do it. And I just think this is setting up kind of like a sense of a callback or something like that, but a purpose to that because it doesn't go forward with him actually forgetting things. It seems, and it would feel out of place if it's before the 3 month the wallowing.
my take on it is I think the my interpretation of that has always been is just Holmes is super hyper fixated. So in the case of later on in the film, he's manipulating Watson with it. Obviously, he's using it as a means of getting Watson to his side in a time where Watson's trying to kind of separate himself from this part of his life. And then with him like on the case and not necessarily wallowing, I took it as just him hyper fixating on the case, not necessarily um him paying like the most attention to everything else that's going on.
It's just hard because we see several moments of him just seeing everything, like him sitting in the restaurant, he's hearing and seeing everything. Even though he's probably mentally focused on how to wreck the relationship between May and Watson.
Yeah,
Mary.
Mary. Uh,
Mary.
he's not obsessed with wrecking their relationship, but he does definitely try to sabotage it.
Constantly.
um, I yeah, it's I can infer plenty of reasons to why he did it. It's just that part's not really made clear, I guess, as to why he would forget to leave the stove on.
And that's why it sounds out to me, because it's like Spring said, every time it happens, they explain it to be relevant, his his thought process. But this, it isn't. It's just left there in the ether, and that
Yeah.
stands out to me.
Maybe that's his way of getting Watson to come. Like that instead of him telling Watson, like it's a signal for him to like it's just a, I'm going out of the house, I'm leaving the stove on kind of thing. That's how he's like in Sherlock's mind, that might be how he communicates to Watson, whether or not Watson realizes it.
Could
Which would
be,
be
but
an
then the
You'd have
instance
to
additional.
make a pattern of that,
the
though.
Yeah,
instance
yeah,
of later
well, like,
of just relieving the revolver is a one use instance where this one is a two-time instance prior. So why is this one stronger than later?
Uh, why is this one stronger? What do you
Why
mean?
did this one has two instances of the stove and the revolver, whereas later in the film it's just a revolver. Sherlock doesn't do the stove and something else or like multiple things. It's just one and done, which could be a
I mean,
callback. Like this is the first time of leaving the revolver.
yeah, I mean, well, with going with the opening, we know that Sherlock left in a hurry because he's running to the location. So presumably he could have been like doing something at the stove. Maybe he was making something with it, and then he put something together in his mind. Where he was like, "Oh, I need to leave right now because Blackwood's going to kill again." Like that also is just a possibility. He could have just left in a rush.
Could be.
So then Watson
So,
wasn't in a rush then.
well, Watson might not have been there. He could have been with Lestrade.
Watson
Well, then
may
he had
not
to
know
be there
all the
to turn
info.
off the oven.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm just throwing out ideas here.
Hmm.
Uh, I guess my takeaway is it's odd. Can't answer your question. It's not incredibly relevant outside of the callback that starts to recur. But
Eileen, there's a purpose. It's just not explained in this bit.
I guess it's we're saying leanings. I'm leaning that it's a nitpick, but I do see it as incongruent with the character we see.
uh, yeah, I'm not sure I'm that far yet as far as leaning, but I wouldn't be. I guess I could be convinced into it. I don't know what I would need though for to be convinced into it, that being more of a nitpick.
Well, it is
And
it
I think it's
is
just
good to bring up because it is technically our introduction to this character.
yeah. Uh, which outside of that, otherwise I'll go. I think the introduction to the character is pretty strong. We get a sense of how he fights when he has time to prepare, and we also get a sense of kind of almost action thriller vibe with him. The implication is almost he's like being chased by the police, I think, on a first viewing of the film.
I think that's what they're
Uh,
going for.
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's kind of what I thought when I first saw the film. I thought the Rob Downey Jr. was being chased by the police, which was interesting, I guess. Uh, but it goes to show that he's just ahead of the police because he gets obviously to the location first and before the police do.
Hmm.
Um, But yeah, the one of this opening scene constantly reinforces how Sherlock fights in with some preparation and also fights with and his observation skills in the moment with stopping Watson from impaling himself.
Yeah, I
Uh,
would like to see how it should have ended in this.
Oh, Watson being
with
impaled.
Watson just
Well, Watson getting impaled, Sherlock getting shot in the face by um, a coward later, stuff like that.
The photographer taking the
That-
newspaper, actually having too much powder in his flash, blowing up his hand.
Sure. Yeah.
yeah, possibly. Uh, and we also get leans right into the intro with him with Sherlock covering his face as well from the photo, which will become relevant later, which I actually quite liked.
Yeah, I noticed that too. It was a nice thing.
Which is again speaks to the Sherlock. He expects one day to be on the opposite end of the police for one reason or another, which I guess goes to him like constantly overthinking and knowing he's not exactly the most well liked person, even though he and Lestrade get along, I guess,
To a degree. Yeah.
to a degree.
Enough to
Uh,
double agent. But
that's true. Sprinks, you go.
yes, how many instances do we need to watch a mystery film, third one now, where the detective can identify a dead body? I'm seeing a pattern.
Well, I mean, they all have their reasons.
But true.
It's
But
not like
is
they're all
is is it going to
incompetent.
happen next week?
Who knows?
I
I don't remember it well
oh,
enough to
I
say
I
that.
I don't know what body you're referring to in this.
Blackwell or Blackstone
Blackwood's
or Blackwood.
Blackwood,
Yeah,
Lord Blackwood.
Well,
Watson
that's easy. He
examines his body.
wasn't there with the body. You said detective. I'm referring to I assumed you were referring to Sherlock.
No, just identifying a dead body that isn't dead.
Yeah. At least this one they give a solid explanation for it because there is no pulse. So there's
I don't
levels
think
of
Springs is saying their integration is just the mere fact that it's present
Yeah, just
in
a
the three
third
items.
time now in a row. It's unbeknownst to me.
it's
I didn't plan on this.
it's a trope, so get used to it, I guess.
Yeah, the other two movies were pretty much parodies of mysteries. This
Yeah.
one, not a parody.
Not a parody, which is why I think they had to include a justifiable explanation for the corpse.
Yeah.
Crimson, why don't you go again?
All right. I guess more on. introduction to Sherlock, and we get to see how um, savvy he is with inventing stuff. He's working on a suppressor, an anesthetic for the dog. His room's full of gadgets and trinkets and papers, really showing how well versed he is in multiple areas. Now, the suppressor doesn't really come into play anywhere other than he can invent stuff or he works on it. So there's no like Chekhov's gun with the pistol. And the anesthetic, I guess, is to show he's knowledgeable on medicines or chemicals, so it can be believed later on that he actually knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, and there also is it shows that it's also obviously elements of what he does when he's bored because he also is doing the experiment with the flies later on with the violin. Like he's getting them
Yeah,
all to
Yeah,
fly in circles and stuff like that. So it shows that it's one of the ways he averts boredom to the best of his ability, which is true. Uh, very inventive mind.
keep himself stimulated.
Yeah, which is fair. He doesn't have access to a smartphone to watch TikTok videos, so not that he would, but
not very stimulating for him, I would reckon.
No, that
probably
would be
not.
the opposite direction of brain growth.
Brain rot.
Yeah. I'll jump to something I noticed this time watching the film with a more objective lens. After Sherlock steals his hat from the first guy, he just, has his Holmes vision, is how they refer to it in the special features, to defeat the guard quickly and steal his hat and lamp to run down the stairs. The silhouette makes him look like he has the classic, like iconic double hat that he normally wears.
Oh, neat! With the upward angle of the lantern light.
Yeah. Makes him look like he's got the double brimmed hat that Sherlock usually wears as an icon as a part of his iconography.
Cool.
That's
Didn't
a
pick
good
that one up.
detail.
Yeah, Guy Ritchie wanted to step away from that, but he still pays homage to that hat, which I appreciated as well as a Sherlock nerd.
Yeah, can't really see this Sherlock rocking that hat.
Yeah,
This one's not a proper Sherlock. Proper. He's
proper. Yeah,
different.
so I do like again paying homage to with silhouettes. I approve of.
I caught a detail
Spriggs.
as well,
Yeah.
close to that, of actual set design recognition that I found. Did anyone else recognize that spiral staircase he goes down after he takes out that first goon?
Nope.
No, but I do have some more to add on to this point.
No, that's the staircase leading to Trelawney's class in Prisoner of Azkaban.
That's it.
Oh, you know what? I think you're right. Which makes sense. A lot of those scenes were filmed in the UK, like in Cambridge and stuff like that. So I know we visit that again and that location again in the future Sherlock. Uh, this iteration of Sherlock too.
Yeah, it
Um,
looked identical,
Doesn't look like it
almost.
in my brain.
yeah,
'Cause
well,
the
I mean,
Trelawney
it is
staircase
extremely
has
dark.
The
has
stained glass.
glass windows and stuff, and I think the steps are different, but perhaps I don't know.
Yeah, one of the interesting things of having actually visited London and now rewatching some of this film like with an objective lens, I actually I can recognize like what's still there and like what they've had to CG in because obviously this is taking place in the Victorian area. Can't get wide shots of like London.
Yeah, they're probably still not working on that bridge, huh?
Yeah, probably not. But yeah, there. I was surprised about how like what's the word for it, how well they integrate what's still real, like what still exists as far as their buildings into this film. So like they were definitely, a lot of this was filmed on location too. They filmed what they could on location.
Yeah, I don't remember the name of the building that he jumps out of the window, but that building's still around.
Parliament, yeah, it's a pretty important building.
A tad.
Just a bit.
Um, but yeah, so that's one of the cool details that I actually quite enjoyed about this film going through now. So good point, Springs. uh, Crimson.
Okay. I tried reading the newspaper that Sherlock had with Blackwood hangs tomorrow, and I had a hard time reading the year because it said November 13th, and then he references it's November. The year, it was too blurry with what I was watching.
I
It
could
looked like 1850, and then we see references to years later. Like, nope, it can't be 1850.
I don't know what year it was on the paper, but supposedly this film does take place in 1891.
Ooh, then I think the paper's wrong because I don't think the last number is a one. Look like a zero.
Well, it could
Okay.
be the 3 months prior to the year change.
But no, not the newspaper, because that's when
Oh, you're talking about
Watson brings it to him after the
okay,
3 months.
the one of Haining. That's the one you're referring to. Sorry, I thought you were referring to like the title sequence one of the photography shot.
No, yeah, the other one. Okay, yeah, I just couldn't read the year on it.
It's probably for the best because it sounds like it would have been an error if you could.
Potentially, depending on what year it was.
um, I will jump to. Uh, I guess I'll jump ahead a little bit. The one of the I found this movie to be particularly quotable, so I do enjoy a lot of the wittier parts of this Sherlock, because that is not really what you would consider to be like a typical adaptation of Sherlock. Sherlock is not typically like witty. Um, he has his moments, but he's not like this kind of snarky and charming. So that's a kind of a thing that stands out with this particular Sherlock. They lean more into the wit and the snark a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah, a
yeah, he's
good capture of RDJ.
working
That's
on the
true.
actor's strengths because there's a
Yeah.
little bit of Tony Stark in him. In this,
A little,
yeah,
though. I didn't really see
Um,
much of Kurt Lazarus.
no, no, I didn't see that either. Maybe Father O'Malley.
Hmm. Was there a splash of Doctor Doolittle in here?
Maybe.
I don't think so.
uh, I'll jump to another small point that I actually really appreciated because since I had seen this film plenty of times, I was just constantly looking at the background for details as well. Uh, I really enjoyed the fact that Clarky is really nervous when he's apprehending Blackwood.
Oh yeah, this guy's a satanic sorcerer.
Yeah, but like it goes to show that already that people actually believe he can do magic. So like in a way, Clarky's nervous about that too. You can see
Clarky's
like
the cop, right? The
yes,
Bobby.
Clarky is like the main cop guy that we're always with. That's not
Okay,
Lestrade.
I never wrote his name down. Clarky. But yeah, good to establish uh, Blackwood's presence has already been established within the
Yeah.
people.
Yeah, it shows again that this is obviously they reference the murders he's committed before they catch him, but obviously it goes to show that they gives the history a little more, the world a little bit more history by having characters act within that history.
Yes, and with actually history, another detail I picked up, which I appreciate, is the illustrated paper before the title jump of the photo taken. The column of article over the Scotland Yard capturing Blackwood is actual written article to read about the event and the previous kidnappings and killings of what have occurred, and it's not just rumbled
Gibberish.
gibberish because it's like 2 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, I always appreciate when films do that because obviously it would be much easier just to make it quickly look like something, but obviously you can tell when a film's got some care put into it when they start going to through the nitty-gritty details and putting stuff like that in.
Yes, and
For
I
the
don't think
nerds like us who will catch it.
I don't think Guy Ritchie would tolerate that either.
Yeah, Guy Ritchie's a very detail-oriented director for sure. Crimson, got a point.
Sure. So when Sherlock is talking to Blackwood, he talks about wishing he could have saved the other victims beforehand. And we find out at some point that he was hired by the girl's parents and he wasn't working with Scotland Yard. So it kind of sounded like he started the case on this last victim and not before, which kind of makes the line kind of a little clunky.
Um,
Ooh,
he could have started it and then someone hired him for it. Like he could have just been doing it already, but then he just took the money when someone actually wanted to pay for it.
that could make sense. That would line up with Thomas. God, what's his last name? Rotherham, whatever. Of how he's like hiring Sherlock on the case that he's already working on.
That's kind of why I took that line.
Okay. I guess it fits.
Yeah. Not to. I do see your interpretation as well. I'm trying to figure out how. I'm trying to think back when I first saw the film, what my interpretation was. I think the point of that line is to illustrate that despite Sherlock's detachment, he still genuinely cares about people, which is something that they'll reinforce going forward into Game of Shadows. But obviously, it's still he's still distant with people.
Mhm.
So that's kind of another way I kind of can interpret that line at least a little bit more into what your thinking was. He's just uninterested and he's interested in people, but he's not like it's not his first priority until like it's made his first priority, I guess. Obviously, I think I subscribe more to him already just being on the case and just taking the money. But
It's feasible.
yeah,
Yeah.
meeting, showing that again, Watson's livelihood as a doctor. He's teaching, or he's helping a patient, obviously, before who has calm nerves until Sherlock starts shooting at a wall. Um, I quite enjoy seeing the work that Dr. Watson does, where he just obviously he takes patients into his home and stuff like that. It's a very, very small part of the film, but I again, it adds a lot to his character, even though obviously he's in the process of moving out.
Yes, he's still
Yeah,
undertaking his
it's
work and not having Mary um, take his full focus and attention.
Yeah,
yeah, and it's kind of like the live action Scooby Doo actually, where we get the opening of them on their last case in air quotes, and then they work together on a new case.
Yeah, it's actually cool to see, I guess, to work with that to show how Holmes is balanced in life and how Sherlock isn't.
Oh yeah, Watson has his life together for the most part.
yeah. Sherlock is so eccentric that he would have difficulty putting his life together because his life is the thrill of the chase, I guess,
Yeah,
in a
I
way.
mean, when he gets handed the paper, he solves like 2 or 3 cases just by reading them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess that's one of my more favorite little notes about Sherlock is he just knows after hearing these cases and knows the answer, and then he doesn't know the month. It just shows, I guess, how his mind works. Like he deletes unimportant information.
Yeah, juvenile memory is not needed.
Yeah. I guess another quick note about Watson. It's a small thing. I like that Watson just hits Blackwood over the head with the tonfa as he walks past him to attend to the patient. After the end of they catch him pretty much.
Yeah, just triumphant. We got you.
Yeah. Oh, and
I like
also it's
Blackwood's face
yeah,
reaction.
yeah. The reason I appreciate that is because it shows one, Watson's not as like controlled as Sherlock, and two, it also shows how emotionally invested he is in people. So it kind of it implies the history of the bodies he's seen Blackwood leave. You know, as to why he would hit him.
Yes.
That's really awesome.
Crimson.
Yeah.
I know you're unable to see it, but myself and YouTube at the moment can, and Rumble for that matter. Don't want to forget you too. The Blackwood Haynes Tomorrow paper is listed as 1890.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, the source I was at, it was too blurry to read it. Okay, so that does not contradict the other dates I see in the movie, so that fits. I guess it's
Ooh.
incongruent with what you said, where it said 1891, but
True. I
I
just
don't think they referenced that date in the
no.
movie, though.
I think maybe the film ends in 1891. I don't know.
Is there a
I
part?
don't know the full
Is there a part where they
the
wish each other a happy New
timeline.
Year? I don't think so.
I
Right?
don't think New Year's ever
No.
stated.
Yeah, I don't know. I do remember reading that this film took place in. I don't remember reading an exact date when I was looking at the presumed dates for the film, but it was always like between like 1888 and 1895. Usually were the guesstimates about the dates for this film, but I'm happy to have it narrowed down because of the newspapers.
Yeah. And I don't
And
know the big difference
I
between
don't know,
90 and 91. If there was a big change in London.
no idea, but I don't know how long this movie takes place. Is it within a week or something? Past the 3-month thing,
Oh, okay. I'm
obviously.
like, you got at least 3 months. Could be.
I don't feel like there's a lot of time passing.
No, they're constantly on the case.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it could be a
one
couple
clue to the
weeks,
next, to the
but
next.
yeah, I think it could be a couple weeks, but we're never quite sure. Once Blackwood's hanging uh takes place, there is kind of a jokey line about from RDJ where he's like, on the third day." So there might have been like that might have been an indication to us as to how long Blackwood was in his tomb.
Oh, I see. I
Or
just
he
saw that as a biblical joke.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I took it as a biblical joke as well. But it could be in like a double interpretation. It could be both its biblical references and how long he might have been in his tomb. But I'm not sure. Like I said, I think it could be anywhere between a few days to a couple weeks.
I could believe 1 week.
yeah. I think 2 would be the far end of my scale, but I'm leaning probably a week.
All right. I mean, it all that works for me. So
It just seems with the
Yeah,
cops on their heels of all these murders and things occurring, Blackwood and his crowd with Lord Coward would need to act fast.
yeah,
Constant movement, constant work.
yeah. Clue to clue to clue.
Yeah.
Fight to
And of
fight to
course,
fight.
like even like during that 3 month span where Blackwood's in prison, like uh Reardon, the Ginger laboratory assistants working on his thing, and Dredger and the goons are like probably moving things around. So like stuff is happening within those 3 months that Blackwood's in prison. It
Yeah,
doesn't start right when he dies or gets out, kind of thing.
yeah. Um, I usually Sherlock and Mrs. Hudson have a their relationship is a little bit different in every version that I tend to see. This one, it's a little more adversarial
This one's very
in
short.
the yeah, in the brief scene we have of Mrs. Hudson.
Yeah. Yeah, not much more to add to that, really.
Yeah. I'll jump to the dinner table where Sherlock is waiting for uh, Watson and Mary. Um, I obviously really like the scene showing off his more observant nature and just how I guess everything almost acts like a. It's not grating is not the right word, but it feels overwhelming to him.
Yeah. Why
Uh,
he
Well,
stays indoors all
yeah,
the time.
he takes it all in, but none of it's actually relevant information. It's just noise.
yeah, but he's still taking it all in. You know,
Yeah,
uh, it kind of unless you've had this experience, you probably don't know what it's like. It's kind of feels like the start of a really bad social anxiety attack or uh, panic attack. It has those like first few. It feels similar to that
I
almost.
can see that. Yeah,
So it's interesting, I guess, to kind of how they portray it, because and like how he controls it over it, or how he has his control over it more so than other people might.
Uh,
I will.
well, I was gonna say while we're on the topic of the dinner, um, Mary, not the biggest fan of her to be honest, especially with her reaction to the dinner table. Because later I feel like she 180 flips, but we'll get to that. But here, I mean, she was asking for it, and I don't feel like he was being that offensive with his observations.
I'm in agreement.
Um,
She
to the
should have been
point of just
impressed and not
chucking
offended.
the drink. Yeah, it seemed highly exaggerated for the scene, and lack of observance on her own part of seeing that Watson is clearly like, this isn't a good idea, Mary. Sherlock, don't do this. We talked about this. She wants it. Uh, so just Mary, think this is very weak for her because later I see it as a 180 flip from this moment, and her observation skills also aren't very good here, but might be better later.
And yes, this is her first introduction to Sherlock, but also with her being with home or her with Watson, Watson is clearly probably warned her about who Sherlock is and what he'll, what he
Oh,
does.
oh yeah, she's said
She's not
she's heard a lot about
unprepared.
him.
Yeah.
She's obviously a big fan,
Yeah,
which is what I get from at least the start of the scene. I'm
If it was
I'm
been
not
prompted, it would
entirely.
make more sense to me.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm a 50-50 on it because I see what you guys are saying. What's keeping me on the other end though is more just like how raw is that feeling still of her dead husband or her dead prospective husband. Because if that wound's still fresh, I think this is a fairly reasonable reaction, even if she did ask for it. She just didn't expect it to go that far.
Well, there's still a mark on her finger.
Yeah,
I mean, she could
which
have
for
had the ring
me,
on long after he died. I mean, that's not uncommon.
yeah.
Well,
So
does it ever state how long she's been with Watson?
no,
Nope,
Okay.
long enough to where they're getting engaged,
Yeah.
which
I'm like, it wouldn't make sense to wear
isn't
your
a big
past
metric.
wedding ring with someone new.
Gets in a lot of unknowns, which is why I have an issue contributing what writers posing of how fresh her wound is. We don't have a metric on how fresh it is,
yeah.
so I can't really use that as a reason for her headspace.
All right. I mean, I think you're right. It is a nitpick because I have my issues with Mary in this particular iteration of Sherlock anyway, and I do think this is. I think this scene does a better job of building Sherlock's character than it does Mary's character.
Yes, I agree.
Yep.
So,
And then she walks off.
yeah.
Yeah, she leaves.
So does Watson. Which
Well, that
makes
makes
sense.
sense.
Watson goes with
Yeah.
her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, one of the issues that I what I think would have again, I have issues with Mary overall, and I can touch more on my issues with her in Game of Shadows and what I think works with her and what doesn't, because I think her character is as you, it's not it's 180'd in this film, but it's in a weird way the 180 supports what comes in the second film, so it's an inconsistency that sticks with the character. Um, so in the case of Mary for this one, I think I'm tended to agree. I think her character is more of used to prop up a character trait in Sherlock in this particular scene is that he's very observant, but he doesn't fully get people themselves, despite his care for them.
Huh.
Yeah,
Because
and
Sherlock,
he potentially doesn't have a filter, but then again, he is trying to split them up too, so we don't know how much malice was potentially said on his end.
yeah, and so there's a couple things that go into that, right? I've there's an element of Sherlock, at least in the stories and other iterations, where Sherlock is intentionally pushing people away so he doesn't hurt them, or like say they don't get hurt due to what he does for a living. Um, so there is a read that you can have where he's trying to sabotage their relationship as a means of both pushing both of them away in order to, you know, preserve their livelihoods, which can definitely be something you read into his actions with the pairing in this film. But obviously none of that's overt, I think, in this iteration of Sherlock, but that is a common theme for him as a character.
Hmm.
I think I heard Sprinks try to interject
No, just
earlier.
like how you're hinting on the hope that we'll cover Game of Shadows sometime soon.
Wow, I know, right? um, wonder what we're doing. With that, Sprinks, you're going to a point.
Oh, sweet. I didn't realize necessarily that Blackwood's robes were more purple than black, and it really hinted at me with that whole ritual scene that it looked very much like the Los Illuminados. All right, the
Oh,
silence.
the
No one knows what a Los Illuminados is. Okay, that's the
it,
cult in Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, I was 80% thinking that, and I didn't want to be wrong, so I
Yeah,
didn't say anything.
came across as
yeah,
Osmond Sadler look to me.
yeah. So, well, I haven't played Resident Evil 4, so how would I know? I've been instructed not to play it unless someone I know specifically is watching.
Yeah. There was no eyeball staff in this, though.
Nope, no eyeball staff.
Yeah, just
No
a
pure staff
sword
either.
cane.
Or
Yeah,
gold inlay kind of on the outskirts of the outfit. There's some ornate
yeah,
details, but
yeah. Blackwood doesn't get
Also, this
his.
purple wasn't as vibrant.
no, 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 no. But I did realize it is purple and not black.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think he's still wearing a black vest, and then obviously he gets his black jacket once he arises from the grave.
Yeah, real Dracula look.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, I agree. Um, Sprinks, or not Sprinks, Crimson,
Oh,
got a
oh,
point?
okay.
I'll snag it from you, Sprinks.
He's got
Uh,
the host card. I'll let him
I'll
go.
I'll go with an editing thing. I don't. I'm neutral on it, because I I'll just say it. The first, or I guess technically the second fight, when it's Sherlock and Watson fighting the two goons getting up to Blackwood. Uh, I rewound a couple times to count how many cuts there were in that amount of time. In a 42-second area, from 3 minutes 55 seconds to 4:37, there was 60 cuts in that
60?
fight. More than one a second. Um, there was 60 cuts in 42 seconds. It was wild.
I need to re-see that scene then. That sounds like
Yeah,
crazy. You
yeah,
blink, you
it
miss
I
was.
50 shots.
if it's th
Yeah,
if it's that high, it's crazy that I don't think it destroyed the scene at all.
that's why I
Because
said it was
normally
neutral. They somehow managed to make it not a pain to watch Because
Yeah,
I mean, it adds the heightened sense of the scene of how fast and experienced everybody is. But
yeah.
it's just cut, 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 cut.
That would be a feat of like that's an impressive feat in the opposite direction because normally if someone cuts something, they're obviously trying to hide like how terrible it actually looks like the 18 cuts of Liam Neeson climbing over a fence and Taken or something like that. That but that's terrible. Like but in this though, it's everything is stylized to focus in on the impact of like Sherlock hitting somebody with the tonfa as the sound comes back in from the gunshot wound. So it works remarkably well if that's the case, and there's over 60 cuts in that fight.
Yeah, that's blasting.
There's a
Yeah,
lot.
there is definitely a lot. I mean, it's impressive that it works so well because all the cuts. I'm also in the person of I'm also in the camp usually. I prefer the camera to be steady on the fights because I like my choreographed fights. Guy Ritchie is one of the few directors I know that can make it look really, really good with a bunch of cuts.
Yeah. Um, falls into an issue I have with this movie, but yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah,
um,
and I guess they play with both because you get a lot of cuts to emphasize the speed and precision of a scene, and then you got the slow mo to also show the precision of a scene. Not necessarily
yeah,
speed though, but
yeah. Guy Ritchie said from the outset that he and Robert Downey Jr. both wanted to emphasize the fact that Sherlock fights because he's in the books. He's obviously he gets into quite a few brawls. So there were a lot of conversations on how they wanted to portray that in the film. And your one of your problems, Springs, that you just mentioned. Did you want to get into that now, or lay some groundwork for it, or?
Um, well, I guess coming up fights we can't, but Watson is in need of a cane and has a cane throughout the film, and there are scenes of him walking and relying his weight onto the cane, and it's not just like a fashion sense. And then there are scenes of him choreographed fighting um, without necessarily the use of the cane, and I think that's what's the word? Inconsistent with his character.
we don't know the severity of his reliance on the
The
cane, so I
choreography
can't
looks
really
cool in his
attribute to
fight,
it.
but it looks like he has no need for a cane.
I mean, I don't take issue with that. Mostly because I'm used to various versions of Watson that have a psychosomatic limp where it's all in the head until they lock in. It might just be that it's not like a terrible wound. It's just his leg aches more when he's not using it. So he doesn't need it. Might not even be a physical injury in that sense, other than it just aches a bit more.
I wish that was explained with a line.
Yeah.
Well, you're assuming it's a massive injury. Well, we're saying we don't have to assume that, or that it's not a major injury. We don't have a story about his reliance on a cane.
We don't. I just see an inconsistency between the two.
Yeah. The only other inference that I could probably pull is from another Sherlock iteration, but that's that
Yeah,
interpretation.
but yeah. So to me, I'm neutral because we don't have a reason behind it in this. I don't know if we get it in the second movie. I don't remember it well enough, but um, we don't know how severe it is, and it's not a crazy limp either. It's just like a slight hobble when he's using it.
Yeah, I'm neutral on it. I will jump to I guess the first kind of it's obviously done with a stylistic choice, but Blackwood just kind of appearing behind Sherlock to threaten him, like you and I are bound together on a journey monologue.
Oh, in the bars, the
Yeah,
jail cell.
Yeah,
very cool shot, but not would have not would not would not happen in reality.
Why not?
very heightened.
I'm confused.
Um,
Why does that not look real to you?
oh, because he teleports from up to the bed, pretty much. It's like Inhumans reaction time.
Oh, speed. Okay, got it.
Yeah, speed is the main reason. I think it looks great. I'm just saying this the speed as to how he got there is what makes it the problem.
Got it. Agreed. Okay.
Also feels like he's in theater performing, which adds to him being a fraud, I guess.
I mean, he is. This is his performance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the just the line work of the lighting on the bars to silhouette over his eyes to just make him pitch black is so cool.
I agree. Uh, and obviously, we're setting up. Uh, I think this is one of the first. There's a couple setups that have already happened, like the fact that Lord Coward was there at the murder that Watson and Sherlock interrupted. Um, and then this one is obviously setting up the guard being the guard that's on the floor is gonna come back as someone who's paid off. This one is not really like there's no like we don't, he doesn't find any evidence for it. It's kind of just a deduction that we kind of take from him at the end of the film. But it still works, I think, because it's a simple explanation, I guess.
Yeah, once he figures out he's not magical and he's just a fraud, then he goes back to the most plausible explanations of scenarios, and hanging off the guard is the most rational way. Or blackmailing the guard, I guess, could have also been something, but he would need evidence to leap to that conclusion.
Uh, Crimson, you want to jump somewhere?
Sure. How about the ticket that's in Watson's jacket at the dinner table?
Oh, there's a
I have a
gambling
hard
man?
time. I have a hard time reading the scene because Watson's saying he doesn't do it anymore in front of Mary, but he has the ticket on him. So either Sherlock planted it on him to then show to Mary, as in like, look how negative Watson is. Maybe you shouldn't marry him, stuff like that. Or Watson just lied in front of Mary. I don't know which scenario is the correct scenario.
I go with Watson lied. I don't think there was no. I don't think Sherlock placed it on him because Watson would have said that's not mine. It
I
played off
mean,
in believability that Watson agreed in the sense that it was his, and lied off that he doesn't do it. Not that that's not his ticket. And then later kind of plays off with the scene in the alleyway when Sherlock is like, "Oh, I'll go by myself," and after buying the engagement ring, and Watson sees the game and the gambling there, so it's still on his mind going on. He hasn't like pushed away from it. It didn't seem he did
you know,
hesitate.
yeah, there's a line that Sherlock says that those days are right behind you. So it implies that it's a recent thing that he stopped probably because of he was dating Mary,
Hmm.
which for me is just more inconsistencies that come up with Mary. Is like I don't know how long they've been together. Yeah,
True. I don't know about that. So, Red, are you leaning towards the lie or the Sherlock angle?
that Sherlock would plant it. No, I don't see that.
Okay.
I'm definitely leaning more towards Watson's trying to excuse it away, knowing that it's a recent thing that he used to do. It's not something he's over yet.
All right.
And what about you?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards lie, but I threw it out there because I could see both of them being an option.
I think
Hmm,
Watson's line delivery after being pocketed would have been different if it was planted because he's
Potentially.
very, very firm in putting Sherlock in his place.
one of the my favorite fight scenes growing up as a kid was the brawl he had after
The
obviously
punch bowl.
the punch bowl, where eventually the guy he's fighting spits on the back of his head. I've always quite enjoyed the snarky line at the end of the his Holmes vision where he's like capacity to spit it back of head neutralized. I always enjoyed that bit of snark.
Yes, I believe I wrote
Yeah,
that
it's a
down.
memorable, iconic scene. And tough guy that Sherlock was beaten up on because he didn't really react to his bones breaking or jaw dislocating. And I think you see him stand back up at the end when Sherlock walks away.
to equal out the neutralization of spit on the back of a head. Seems fair.
Yeah. I think as well, one of the things that I always enjoyed about that scene was rewatching it this time. I was one of the things I was particularly one of the details I was struck by is that Sherlock is intentionally like nerfing himself because he's there to have fun, not necessarily to win. Um, and he's also feeling guilty about uh, the dinner party, which is why I always interpreted him as just why he is not like actually fighting. He's slapping him around because he wants to be punished a bit for what happened. So I wrote that as a bit of a. I wrote that as a inverted that a little bit of a sadist, I guess, in him for that.
Yeah, I think that's a good read for it.
Okay.
We also get our first shot of Adler.
Yes.
Yes, the beautiful Rachel McAdams.
Yeah, dated both Sherlocks. Well, both 21st century Sherlocks.
The more you know.
RDJ and
Mhm.
Cumberbatch?
Yeah, Doctor Strange.
I know who Benedict Cumberbatch is. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just saying that was a joke. Anyway, went over
I s-
real well.
you're
Clearly,
talking about the characters, not the actors.
Oh,
yes.
that's what you. Oh, okay.
Yeah, clearly the
That's
joke
where
didn't
my
go over
confusion.
well. Got
I
it.
didn't see it as a joke. No, I thought you were talking about Rachel McAdams dated Robert Downey Jr. I went, huh, haven't heard that one.
No, I believe Robert was married at this point.
Yeah.
Mostly because I know the story that Robert used to tell how much his wife hated when he was playing Sherlock because he always came home sounding like Sherlock. So, Springs. What do you go next?
Earlier on, I did like the when Watson meets up with Sherlock to overlook the ritual happening. Watson actually gets the goon in a head hold accurately to cut off the blood flow to the brain to render unconscious, and it actually happens in real time and not like one of those silly action movies where it takes 2 seconds and the person's out. But it also shows Watson's knocking someone out and not again like a silly movie where they cut off the airflow and they're like, oh yeah, they're fine, they'll come back later in the next scene, where it's like, no, that would kill them because you just suffocated them. This one's actually knocking them out, and I thought that was very smart and well done.
Yeah, I agree. And the nice detail of covering his nose too from
Yes,
Sherlock's end
to prevent airflow going. um
to make it
and
go faster.
it was kind of silly though that we saw previously how Sherlock got hit the hat he took, and then at this he throws it on the ground not needing it anymore. But Watson does the same and throws a hat. So was Watson's hat not the one he had, or he doesn't need his hat? It was just interesting that they do it in tandem in that scene.
I honestly, I think they just took the hat off to. Watson took his hat off to remove like his additional jacket and stuff like that. At least that's which is dumb. I think in my head, they want the shot of them both taking off the hat is what they want.
True, it
Well,
makes
I
sense with
know.
Sherlock from
Watson
seeing where
throws
the
the
hat
hat,
comes
right?
from, but
Yeah,
Throws it
I
at a
think
guy.
Watson throws his hat eventually, and Sherlock obviously uses his hat at the start of the fight, covering somebody's face. So the hats come back as part of their like tools to defeat the people they're fighting.
oh, then that's just really silly.
Yeah, they. I never took that as them taking off. They just took off the hats for a second and then bring in the hats with them because they were intending to use them, not wear them.
What's Silly Springs?
That they both took off their hats to then in the next scene use the hats.
Well,
I
they didn't
guess.
drop the
I don't
hats.
remember.
It looked like Sherlock did, like he threw it to the ground. Watson did kind of like lower it to his side, which I just instinctively took that he's copying and dropping it. But
I didn't think that they dropped it at all. Mostly because, like I said, I have to, I guess I'll have to rewatch the scene again. I never took it as them dropping the hat. I just took it as them taking the hats off for a second because they were going to use them again. They were going to use the hats the next scene. So,
interesting.
um, yeah. Uh, Irene Adler. I will jump to her appearance in Holmes's apartment. Obviously, this is a departure from the books because Adler only appears in one Sherlock story, which is the scandal in Bulgaria, I think, or is that the might
She
be
is only in one
Bulgaria.
book. That is true, but
Yeah, she's only in one Sherlock story. But obviously they've in a lot of stuff she tends to get expanded out because she's Sherlock's only love interest. But even in the BBC version of Sherlock, she was only there for one story. The Benedict Cumberbatch Sherlock. Sorry, I should just specify that. In here, she's got a long history with this version of Sherlock.
Yeah, long, complicated history. One where wounds have been made upon Sherlock.
Yeah.
She outsmarted you twice.
Yes, and that which I think explains why this Holmes would be attracted to her. To be honest,
Yeah, yeah, I think this one would for that.
um, I do like though the second she turns her back and she's going through her file. So we have a couple things happening at once. Like he's going around, he's checking the safe in his room. He's making sure she hasn't stolen anything from him. It's while she's busy reading the file he has on her. Um, I did quite. She has a very, I guess, strong proper introduction because this is really her introduction scene.
yes.
Yeah, she does carry a presence with her.
That is true. Crimson got a point.
Yeah, I'll jump back to the fight, and it's the crowd goes silent when when Sherlock beats up the guy, and one guy even says, "Where'd that come from?" And I was just thinking, if I was in there, I'd be excited to see a wombo combo like that. Um,
I think the
and they weren't
implication is
like
they lost a
upset,
bet.
like they lost their money. Yeah, they didn't have like upset faces. They were just in silence, in disbelief, I guess. But I feel like there should have been some guys screaming.
You wanted it more like
Um,
Spider-Man taking out Bonesaw?
maybe not to that level, but something other than nothing. Not even one guy was like, "Oh, that's awesome, dude! You see his jaw hanging." I don't know, something. But everybody was just silent.
Yeah, they do it for the effect, or the shock
Yes.
effect. But
Yeah.
you technically you'd be right. Yes, that would be more realistic. There would be more mixed emotions. Unless they all happen to vote against Sherlock or bet against him, in which case that would just be convenient.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other instances that would match. Like what comes to mind is when Mad Dog Tannen shoots Marty in Back to the Future 3, and after firing it goes dead silent. I feel like there's another one where someone gets in a fight and they're just over it, and like they do like an illegal move or something, and the crowd goes silent for them to win.
uh,
Is that
for
Karate Kid?
Oh
I don't.
no, that's
I
not
mean, there's
illegal.
silence, and then the music, and
Yeah,
then the music kicks in and stuff. But
no, the crane kick is valid.
well, not the leg punching though.
No, that was on the other team.
Yeah, I don't remember what the crowd sounded, but they probably weren't happy about it. And I'm talking about the Jane Smith one because I have not seen the originals. Oh my
Oh,
gosh, a cardinal sin!
that's crazy because I thought you were talking about the Ralph Macchio original one.
Nope, I haven't seen them.
All I'll say to that is ew.
yeah, rip. Um,
I
one other.
oh,
Nope, you're going first, Sprinks.
I got host carded. Um, it's in character, but I still don't necessarily like it that with the releasing of the flies and the tossing the waistcoat out the carriage, that Watson is being a bit of a dick to Sherlock, and I think it's just an equal to how he embarrassed him in front of Mary.
Yes, I think the
Embarrassing. Obviously, seeing the motives of Sherlock trying to interject in his love life. Watson has reasons to not like Sherlock. I get annoyed by him.
Yeah. I do tend they're not like cruel, but they are they're petty. And I guess I appreciate that because ultimately they laugh at the end about over it. Because to show that they're still like friends, brothers, however you want to interpret it.
Oh, that'll come
But
up in summary and rating.
yeah. Um but I do enjoy the pettiness because it does feel like harmless revenge in a way.
I suppose.
But yes, he Watson is very clearly being a dick to Sherlock over what happened.
Hey, Sherlock could have gotten somewhere with that fly project.
Like, he individually collected them one by one for like 6 hours. Something along that
Well,
nature.
speaking of Karate Kid, he probably did the chopstick trick.
I don't know if he did that.
Yeah.
That would be funny. Um, Interesting detail that I caught for the Sherlock fans out there. The gun that Moriarty aims at Sherlock when he's in disguise at the carriage, uh, is very similar in design to the one from the Reichenbach Falls movie, where Moriarty also has a similarly small gun that he uses.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
You're absolutely right. I have no idea. I'll go with the crowd.
I actually didn't expect that from you, Spriggs. Did you actually see that? Have you seen that movie?
I have not. I was just saying what the audience probably would say.
Oh,
Lifting
okay.
your spirits.
Thanks. I appreciate it. But anyway, so yeah, another little detail for you for the long running Sherlock fans out there. That the gun is also kind of a homage to a previously told Sherlock story
That is really cool.
iteration. Springs.
Let's see. There's an editing thing that's like half a second, and I wish it was cut out because I think it would have been played cooler as an idea. And it's at 32:04 after, uh, I guess right after what you just said, right, or the Moriarty pointing the gun at Sherlock in disguise, and it's an upside down shot where there's a couple of those, which is very creative. That um, a cinematographer I don't have the name of, but included in this Guy Ritchie film, of Sherlock putting like a cloth over his face and like adjusting his nose kind of thing. But there's just a half a second before the cloth touches the nose where I don't think it's a false nose, and I think it would have been played off cooler if that's cut to show that during the cloth over his nose is removing that false nose that he put on in the explanation of how he got to the carriage. But then it
I
just
see.
kind of it with that little 5 seconds of his actual nose, it does play off as slightly unneeded or like just a look cool kind of scene without a purpose then before changing angles.
Uh, I didn't see it, but yeah, I think in that it could work as far as you've described it.
Yeah, so a little editing nick.
Yeah. Uh, I did mention the actor dubbing the actual cast actor dubbing over for James Moriarty. I do like being introduced to Moriarty early on in this particular version of Sherlock. I tend to enjoy the Sherlock portrayals where Moriarty is introduced earlier on, so it kind of shows that Moriarty is operating within the world already. Whether or not Sherlock and Moriarty are intentionally going head to head or not, I do enjoy the fact that they're both like coexisting. Kind of flushes out the world a bit.
Yeah. Also, very easy, or easier. I don't want to say it's too easy, but very easier to dub over a voice where you don't see the face or the lips moving.
Yep. I do
Yeah.
think that was intentional because I don't know if they were going to get a sequel, but I think they were just adding to the mystery of it.
Yes, compared to something I learned that I will be bringing up in the recap.
Learned about
Uh,
what?
Something in Clue.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. Um,
I don't.
yeah, I
I look
do
forward to learning
like
it.
I I do like how Moriarty isn't just like a post-credit scene or something. He is throughout the film operating with Irene, so that is kind of cool. I will have a question in the last act with Moriarty, but get there when we get there.
Try to remind you.
Yeah, I think
It's my
I may
last
not know the
note, so I
I
should
may
be able
not
to
know the
remember.
exact question, but I know what it's going to be. The relative discussion might be about. So we'll see. Who did I pick last?
Frank's editing
I can tell
thing?
you who it wasn't.
Maybe?
I can tell you that Crimson's going next.
Oh, all right. Uh, well, we'll go with Watson not taking seriously Blackwood's return. I I'm on the fence if that's in his character or not, because he seems to be prideful in his abilities as a doctor, and I guess um, apprentice to Sherlock. I don't know what his title is. Not a detective, but whatever. Um, he seems very confident in his abilities, and hearing Blackwood is alive, I feel like he'd have a bit more interest and be less passive. I feel like for the movie they made him more pessimistic towards it just to contrast Sherlock, but I think Watson would be interested more than he is portrayed. Obviously, he ends up following it by the end, but this the initial news he kind of just tosses it aside.
I think I'm fine with him tossing the initial news aside, up and because I think he would find that absurd because he pronounced him dead. But I think once he sees the dead midget, um, I do think that he is slightly more open to the idea at that point. Because he starts talking about, as he is walking with, at the start of the second act, more or less, when they're walking to down the street and he's giving deductions over the watch. He's talking about the supernatural in that opening for the conversation about you have to admit some things are supernatural. So I think he gets won over fairly quickly. He's just skeptical for highly specific things.
What do you think, Springs?
Um, yeah, I think he's just very specific things. What the writer said. Just very observant and analytical towards it.
I think it's perfectly reasonable. At least in this version, I think it's perfectly reasonable for him to be prideful about his work and be defensive of like, of course it's not him, he's dead. And then things obviously start piling up.
Mhm. All right, I wasn't too strong on it, but something to point out.
Mhm. Fair enough. Um, I we haven't really gone through a lot of the evidence that's going to be coming up yet, but I mean, I'll jump to Blackwood's tomb. Um, the Lestrade says a line that the what is it, 50 tons of stone is broken up from the inside.
Yeah,
Um,
Yes.
yeah, that's me setting up one of because I think most of the deductions work, and I think most of the explanations work. I think this is one that doesn't. So we'll get there when we get there, but
Yeah.
man,
Hmm.
definitely 50 tons of stone broken up from the inside. Wonder how that happened.
Crimson.
yeah, yeah.
Crimson. Do you think writer just cheated with his own act structure there?
I figured you were going to be
Hmm.
little annoying guy pointing that out. Sure, writer cheated,
I don't know
jumped
what I
into the
cheated
act
on.
too.
Sure.
I thought the act was arriving at the tomb.
Uh, no.
Oh,
The
okay.
tomb scene is included in this act.
Oh, okay. Well, then my notes are not right.
But what you're laying down, writer, I think we're on the same page because
All right.
I also have that written down at the third act.
Yeah. I think a lot of the deductions are actually really well explained and they work. I think this is just one that definitely needed some tweaking. It only works like 50 feet half the way. Half the way there. Otherwise the gravedigger would have reported like, I don't know, 40 people coming to help dig him out.
Uh, so since we're covering the whole tomb stuff, the body being in the coffin, is there a particular reason for that? Like, why would Blackwood want Sherlock nosying about?
He's like Riddler. He's leaving clues. It's a
Yeah, but
game of intelligence.
I don't know why. By the end of the movie, he doesn't seem like the kind really
I
to
agree.
do that.
He doesn't seem the kind. Lord Coward seems more inclined to do such a thing, but not
Yes,
Blackwood.
I can see a little bit more of that. So it kind of just seems weird because they also try to hire Sherlock. That's probably more of Thomas is doing than anything.
Howard and
Do they think it's more of
He
a
was
sense of
ahead.
Standish.
confusion, like throwing their
I mean,
scent
for the
off the
public,
game and
I mean,
giving
they
them
could have
more
just
like
brought
dead
a
ends and
random, like,
I
could have been
think,
a random dead guy and not someone tied to their operations.
yeah, I think the intention behind that was to cause mass panic, and they didn't want to draw too much attention by killing someone else other than closing, because they killed Rorden to close loose ends.
yes, they
Um,
got what they wanted and his use was done.
yeah. So I legitimately think that's the reason they were just going to use the body they already had at hand. Because I think more killings would have just drawn more attention. Because Blackwood right now is being very, very specific. He's playing into the supernatural, mystical aspect of his belief system for the
Yes, but
the four orders or
with
whatever
what
I think they
Crimson
call themselves.
pointed out, would it have been wiser to just have an empty coffin?
Um, Smarter, yes, but I don't know if that was their intention because the the idea is they were trying to build up the particular fear because that's what they were going to use to control everyone, right? So there would need to be a body in there. So the
It's
smartest
just
thing, yes, the smartest thing to do would have a body not connected to their operation. The only explanation as to why it's Roridan I can think of is just because that was going to be a body they already had on hand.
they don't seem to have issues with bodies though, because Thomas talks about how um, Blackwood has killed way more than 5 people, and that they've been hiding it for all these years. So it seems like it would be quite simple to just get like a homeless person or something. I don't know. Uh, what do they call them? Was it street urchins or are those kids?
Street urchins are more
No,
kids.
they're kids. Okay. Well, whatever the equivalent of that for an adult is in London times. It seems like it would be kind of easy to make someone disappear that no one cares about.
Yeah, I am not gonna mm, fight against that. I agree. It would definitely be smart to have a different body in there. I think
Yes,
they would have a different body in there. Because I don't think it would be an empty coffin. Because that would start going against I think their intentional plan.
I do think it is an intent though of like the red string to be a jumbled up, wadded mess for the cops to try to solve, which gives them more time while also cleaning up loose ends. I think that's their whole attempt at it. And it does play that a little bit when Sherlock is inspecting the tub later on and has Clarky and the other like coppers go search for things and they just go search for clues that aren't necessarily needed, kind of thing.
Yes.
When he's like, "Oh, go check outside for footprints, and go check where that's hidden, if it's in a vent or a closet or like that kind of stuff." Like, I feel
Yeah.
like this body to just the cops and not Sherlock is that just like, "Oh, who's this body? Let's get another case going. Like, how is this connected, if at all?" And just to
Yeah.
tangle
It
it.
also this also could be the other interpretation is this could be Blackwood issuing a challenge directly to Sherlock.
Could also be
That's what
directed right
Spencer was
at.
saying with like the Riddler
Yeah, it
angle.
could be at Sherlock. It
Yeah.
also could be at Moriarty because this is the one person that was
Moriarty was
hired.
looking for.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
Irene gave to Sherlock.
There is an element of Blackwood is also aware of Moriarty's presence in the world, at least a little bit. if that's the case, which would be cool. But I think they would need to. I would think I would want them to make that a little more implicit to help add to that interpretation of the scene. I
More
don't need them to
background
share a
webbing.
room. Yeah, I don't need them to share a scene together, but you know, like
Like,
Lord Coward reference, like, oh, the professor left this for you, or something like that. It's
oh,
very
like,
dumb,
yeah.
but
Or Sherlock's not the only trouble we need to be looking for.
yeah,
Something.
just you don't even have to reference him directly. It's like Sherlock's not the only person who's looking into us right now.
Yeah.
You need to deal with this. That would be enough because we already have enough evidence that Moriarty is looking into their work.
And his case is connected to the Blackwood case with this now coffin with rodent inside.
Yeah. As Watson jokingly points out, Adler's dwarf.
Yep.
Um, but yeah, so I'm in agreement. I think if to have the body be roared in, I think they need to justify it a little bit more as it. And I do think it being a message to both Sherlock and Moriarty, I think it would work. That would be my fix for it.
It
As
would be
it stands
neater.
right now, it's convenient mostly.
But
I
with
kind of
what
find it as a big issue because of how big it is to the plot.
it is big to the
If it
plot,
was
and
just a nobody and it wasn't him, we'd have a very different movie.
I don't
They would
see it
have to
as
have different
big as you're
ways of
making it
doing
out,
it.
Crimson, but I do see it as a very convenient plot use.
I Yeah, I mean, I guess we might all be on the same page. We're just using different words to describe it. I think this is a big convenience because it does get the plot specifically going in a very particular direction. It's uh I'm trying to think. Does the ginger? Yeah, Rodin might be a MacGuffin. Is what he might be. So that would fit the description. I think that it fits the description of a MacGuffin. Rodin's a MacGuffin.
Possibly,
So
he has a
it
name with
is.
no lines,
Yes,
so
he's
he
a
is
name
a
with no
tool.
lines, but he's a name with no lines, and he's directly connected to everything important in this film, and he does bend the plot with his presence. So I do think MacGuffin would be an apt description for
Oh,
Arden.
absolutely. He's the one who invented all the black magic.
It's true.
Yeah.
Um, so I will say, yeah, he's convenient. He is a MacGuffin that is used for the rest of the film. So I think we're all in agreement on that.
Yeah, for me, it's either swap out the body or have um,
Make it more implicit that
Blackwood.
it's a message.
Yeah, Blackwood's like, I wanted to show the world that your logic can't be beaten by my magic or something. Uh, I don't know. Some sort of challenge upon Sherlock specifically, or Moriarty, as you guys were putting out.
And it does
But it just
play
seems not connect.
it does play a little more into the Riddler thing with leaving the pocket watch and the clues on him.
He was buried with
Yeah,
those.
I'm
So
like,
I
it's not
assume I
just a
assume the pocket
body.
watches. Yeah. Uh, well, I mean, it could be goons that did that, right? I don't imagine Blackwood was there to like wipe off the clues. The goons
True, but
probably
it
were just
does.
ordered to kill him and put him in the coffin.
Yeah, but it plays more into the convenience sake then.
Yeah. I think it's like I said, he's gonna be found convenient any way we look at this. There are ways to fix it though, so I think what they have is good, just needs to be improved. It is
Yeah,
convenient with the way it stands.
good, not great.
Yeah. Uh, Anything else for this scene? Anyone want to jump back into the act
I
for anything
have
else?
one last point in this act.
All right, Crimson. How about you?
Little details are the most important. Motto of the podcast. There you go.
Making these grand
That
assumptions out of such tiny details just seemed very familiar.
yeah,
Mhm.
I might have smiled. Yeah. But Crimson, you got any points you'd like to jump to, or is you good for
No,
this
I'm out.
act? All right, then Sprinks, you're good to go.
All right, I know Crimson brings it up in the past in some coverages of just asking, why didn't they just do that to look cool? Why didn't they just make it for maybe there's no purpose and they just wanted to look cool? I think there's definitely a camera work that is just used to look cool.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Is this Sprinks talking?
Yes, I try to wrap my head around the use of it and it's also an instance where it only happens once, and I think it's just so it looks cool, which
Uh,
is when Sherlock is like explaining, or it shows how he got to the carriage, and they're going through the carnival kind of alleyway, and he grabs the hat, and his outfit definitely looks like something Agent 47 would pick up in a level to blend in. Um, but he skews his hat to the side,
Oh, get
and
the Dutch angle thingy.
the camera Dutch angle skews with it, and I think that's just
oh
played to look
yeah.
cool.
Oh yeah, that's definitely the cool factor.
Yeah.
Uh, I have three tiny detail points that I'll go to because I then we can move on. Uh, the first one is Watson just casually opening the door for Adler when she needs to leave the house, and he's just like, "Thanks, doctor." And you can just see him pause the moment she leaves, like he has the realization after the fact. I very much enjoyed that, kind of just showing that Watson's just a polite person and doesn't make assumptions. Like he doesn't think about being polite until it happens afterward.
Is that really who I think it is?
Yeah, exactly. I really appreciated the way that that whole scene played out for him. And coming back to visit him again as he's climbing up the stairs is Sherlock. Is when we get Sherlock's perspective on that whole affair. Um, my next two favorite scenes, or my next two scenes I'll talk about is just the again showing how unnerved the police are around Blackwood. Um, the private that was walking Sherlock to his cell kind of stops short, and then Sherlock's like, "I can go the rest of the way by myself," showing the and the private thanks him and leaves. I really appreciate the small interaction because it shows that Sherlock again cares about people. He's just not the best at expressing it, and like he knows the guy's nervous, so he lets him go off. And obviously, when we come back and he's walking away from Blackwood's cell, we see all the police just hanging around, wondering what he wants, all gathered together.
Yeah.
Um,
Hmm.
And of course, his cell is the one at the very end of the hallway.
Of course,
Couldn't have been any of the side ones or further towards the
no, the
front.
big scary
it's
has to
more
be at the end.
Yeah.
yeah, obviously he's the alpha criminal in this particular prison. Um, and then my last detail, also again just fleshing out the worlds a bit. The fact there was a priest there, and Sherlock's like, you won't be needed for this one, Father. So there's no last rites given. And I lied, I got one more. The police all at Blackwood's tomb are too nervous to go down there. Like Lestrade finds them all standing in line.
Yeah.
Again,
For
just
the
adding more.
kid.
Yeah, adding to the fear factor for what Blackwood's trying to build that's already there.
Something I didn't point out, but has aided this movie a bit on this viewing for me is that I haven't seen this movie in like at least 8 years, to my knowledge. Could be more. But there are elements where something occurs, and I go, "Huh, that's an odd detail. How'd that happen?" And it gets explained in like the next two scenes. But at that point, I went, "That doesn't make sense." Where one of them is Irene leaves a bag of coins as payment for Sherlock to take the case and leaves. And then she's going to the carriage and has roses in her hand. And I went, oh, she must have had two coin purses then in order to buy those
And
flowers.
then we see how she gets the
And then we
flowers.
see how she gets the flowers. But there are elements in this
And her
movie
money
where
back.
I'm like, that doesn't line up, huh? And then it explains how it happened.
Yeah, it's definitely bits like that that I think really make this a entertaining film to watch. They're trying to give you as much information to the audience while also like trying to elevate Sherlock as mind how he thinks as a character.
Yes, it does play with the audience's thought process as well while viewing.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
is neat, but it doesn't insult the audience, which is also what I like about it.
Yeah.
The film is playing on the fact, oh, you notice this is a change between scenes, so we're gonna show you how this had that why she has the flowers now, you know,
Yeah.
uh, which is a lot more than other murder mystery films do. So I appreciate that.
which is exactly something interesting about this because it's not necessarily a murder mystery. You're not solving for the killer. You already kind of know the the bad guys in
Well,
play. It's
it's
more stopping what they're going to do.
it's a parallel to a murder mystery because there is a murder and then a resurrection, and the mystery is how why didn't he die then?
Yeah, so it's not you're not solving the killers.
Yeah. You're solving you're solving the plan and
Yeah, not the
the
who, but the
mystery behind the
how.
resurrection. Yeah. Which I think is uh being a part of the murder mystery genre. I do think that works. Um because obviously I don't think this is a murder mystery, but it's definitely a mystery thriller. So it's very much adjacent, I guess, to murder mystery, which is why I do think it qualifies.
Yeah.
And with that, gentlemen, we shall move on to Act Two, starting with Sprinks.
Okay. So the use of convenience and coincidence is believable and can occur at times. But when overused in instances, I think it can break the believability of reality and definitely plays into just plot armor and convenience in that sake of the writing.
Bang
And
bang.
and the reason I go for that is because we saw the convenience previously that we pointed out, and now the next one that not necessarily the next scene, but just follow up is the pocket watch they have and trying to deduce what MH stands for. The answer they're looking for is directly in front of them upon viewing, and it plays out with the pause of Sherlock kind of looking off to the side. That it wasn't played of Sherlock consciously knowing where he's going to prove his intelligence to Watson, like he already solved it and is like explaining it to him. It plays off to me that it's convenient, and Sherlock is like, "Oh, isn't that lucky?"
Yeah.
I viewed
The
it the other way that you described it.
So,
That
Crimson, you believe
Sherlock,
that Sherlock knew where they were going the whole time and was just playing it off to Watson to look
or
smart?
to see Watson figuring it out because it's Watson explaining the pieces.
I I would believe with that if Sherlock was more proud in his facial look upon Watson pointing it out to him, rather than looking off to the side and puzzled.
I mean, he could also be looking for the fortune teller that he knows.
That one's at the bottom of my list. I don't think he paused to look where he placed the woman.
so I'll feed into this. I also agree it's convenient, though I think this one is intentionally convenient, while the Rordan one is unintentionally convenient. If that makes sense. Watson straight up points out, what a coincidence. But I should also point out, as Watson joins Sherlock at the start of the scene, before they start walking, we see the fortune teller walking away from Sherlock into the camera frame as she's slowly becoming she's becoming more blurry as she walks out of focus. So the implication here is that Sherlock has been here before, or he at least has talked to the fortune teller ahead of time in that scene.
Yes,
Mhm.
he has in order to place her where he wants her to be, which also to me plays into another convenience of placing this fortune teller to aid in Watson getting away from Mary, but then she's in a location where in the storefront is engagement rings to being sold. And I just feel like that's placed in an area. I don't know if it's to tempt Watson of like one side versus the other side of it, but it didn't seem to be the best place to put her with that if Sherlock, being who Sherlock is, already cased out the whole area to put her there.
Yeah, I don't like I
I
said,
don't
I
have anything
don't.
for that.
Yeah, I don't know if she did. I don't think he cased the whole area. I think he could have been there before. So it's just for me, the coincidence is found in them just finding the watch place.
I
But
think Sherlock knows London very well to where he knows where bumps in the road are and the smell of particular bakeries. I
Oh,
think
that's
he
That is
has to know
interesting.
true.
the
Okay,
place
then
very
he
well.
absolutely knows that that place is selling engagement rings.
Yeah. So I don't have much to counter it. I do think it is on the, I guess, convenient for Watson's sake that Sherlock didn't take into account that.
But a back to back to back usage,
Well,
I
I
think
don't feel
is
the other thing is, but the engagement ring, I'll give you that. That certainly is.
All right, Crimson.
All right. I'll go towards pretty much the end of this act during the whole explosion stuff, and it kind of was interesting seeing Sherlock prioritize Irene over Watson because he was in the middle of both of them pretty much. He wasn't like closer to Irene, and they both got blown up. But he chose to go towards Irene instead of Watson. And I was like, oh, all right, I now know Sherlock's priorities.
huh.
Um,
I'm trying
I
to think. Did he think he couldn't see Watson anymore, like out of shot, but he could
yeah,
still see
I
Irene?
remember. Yeah, I remember Watson being out of shot once that explosion finished. So I think that was the only reason he went to Adler is because he went to try to save the only person he knew he could at that point. That's
Well, he
always how
grabbed
I read
her,
it.
and then they ran back to Watson, and then they both got blown up, and then we cut to
Yeah.
Sherlock
Well,
waking
it
up.
would make sense if the explosions happen in front of you, and an explosion happens near you, and then behind you. It would make sense to if the pattern of the explosions is coming in that direction, that going forward would be the safest route.
Yeah, to assume the explosions were gone at that point
Yeah.
from that area. I think they had already
Now,
gone off.
why the explosion that went off in front of them didn't go off at any point from Watson's to them, couldn't explain that.
I mean, the easiest one is just they just have a delayed fuse.
Well, the explosion of the previous bombs would have ignited these. We see in the flashbacks how
Yeah,
reactive
with the radius of
the
how large they are.
yeah.
What I was going to go with is that I think the practical, it's very, unfortunately, it's clear to see the practical effects of the suit and the lighting. I think looks really good to interact with the actors, but the CGI explosion doesn't mesh well, and they do seem to be two separate layers. And I just think the CGI isn't as strong as it could have been. But then again, it is 2009. But then again, this is also the time where Davy Jones was created, so
Also, way different budget,
also
but
a very different
Yeah.
budget.
um, because you can be exaggerated in your words, Frank. So I would like to get a scale on not very well. 100 being Davy Jones, 0 being whatever trash is. What is
Burger
this?
King.
What does not well mean?
Of the CGI usage,
Yeah, you're saying the explosion wasn't done well. Meanwhile, I think it was totally adequate. But so I'm curious what that means.
I think its coloring was off of its practical effects hitting the actors and the environment around them, opposed to the explosion lighting. I think there would be more oranges backlighting the things from the explosions in the background coming off of it, and not so dark in the shadow. This is an overall very dark and shadowy movie. Um, but I think that would have blended well. So it did focus more on the effect of the explosion to go with, of the layering it was on, and not the output of the environment around it necessarily as strong as it could have been, I think. Um, so that's why to me it does feel like over layering that can be seen by that, and it could be put more blame onto the lighting sense, or the artificial, or yeah, the special effect lighting, than the CGI usage of the explosion, because the explosion looks fine and looks believable, but it's not paired well with the reality of the shots to me.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, just for that use, what is that rated?
5.
Okay. So you don't see it as bad. It's just they could
Yeah,
have
no,
done better.
I
They
wasn't like,
could have
oh
done more.
gosh, that sucks, but I'm like, I can see how this could have been enhanced.
Okay. That's what I was trying to
Yeah.
measure.
It was
It's
an
hard to
instance
tell.
where I could pick up what it looks like, kind of thing. It wasn't like, oh, I had to go back and rewind and like double check little details. It's like I can see it. But it wasn't,
Okay.
a still image of an explosion in the background where I can see the green outline of the green screen.
Fair enough. I mean, I do see the green screen, so I won't say the effects have aged extremely well, but I always found it to be adequate.
Well, I think the worst CGI in this movie is the chain at the dock.
Yeah, that would be my pick for worst CGI in the film.
The giant spool.
Yeah,
The giant spool.
it looks cartoony.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, I have nothing to say against that because I agree. Um, uh, I will jump to exploring Royden's lab because there is a lot of setup for the mysteries that are going to be solved here.
Pretty much everything.
Um, everything but the rat tail,
Yeah,
which he picks up at the dock. Um,
and I guess the
and
pigs.
I think I think they linger on each thing that Sherlock looks at long enough for us to the audience to understand this is important for him, even if we don't understand its importance yet.
Yeah, so I was gonna say we know as an audience Sherlock observed these things, but as an audience, they don't give us any context to the significance of anything. Like we
Yes.
see frogs floating in a liquid. There's no way us as an audience would equate that to the final results.
Well, we see the
Yeah.
frogs. We see the frogs in a copper pot. We could then equate that to when Blackwood kills his dad.
And the thought process
So
of what Rodan's doing is like a bubbling
yeah,
liquid with the frogs.
yeah. So
Well, it
we
makes sense
can,
in hindsight 2020, but I'm curious how many people watched this and deduced that.
yeah.
Saw that initially, then later in the movie saw the tub and like, oh, it's clearly the frog thing.
Yeah, I think they do a good job of like the pieces are there, and whether or not the audience notices is not the film's problem, if that makes sense. My guesses would be on the lower end to answer your question, Crimson, because I didn't notice my first time watching this film. Granted, I was young.
There is an element, though, however, to the film having a problem here in the scene. The leaf, what was it, rhododendron or whatever, that
uh,
Sherlock picks
yeah.
up. It has four prongs, kind of closed up. When set back on the table, it now has five. So the prop
I will
changes.
just chop that as down as a small continuity error if that's true.
I don't remember well enough. Could the angle of him picking it up initially could have hidden one of them from the angle?
I don't think so. No, especially not on the close up. It would be harder if it was the reverse. If he picked up five and set down and only saw four.
I'll just take your
Um,
word for it. I don't remember it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take your word as a nitpick for that because as far as that device, I don't remember it having 5 prongs or 4 prongs. I never really counted
Okay,
it.
it was a small little thing, but I
Yeah,
just went, oh, that's different.
and then we one of the things I do like about the scene is the entrance to the bad guys. They look like they're cleaners, kind of, but Sherlock just straight up calls them arson, calls it an arsonist toolkit,
Oh
so you
well,
can see them look down at it, pretending to look down at it in
that,
confusion,
that- that's
and
certainly one
then
way to clean.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
clean the
Um,
evidence.
Yeah. But like it's not obviously an arsonist toolkit. It looks more like a just a cleaning toolkit. But obviously, as soon as Sherlock calls them out on it, they just call their boss in.
Oh, I'm like the barrel of kind of gasoline in his arm, kind of hinted at. The guy on the left, that did just seem like a clean kit,
Yeah.
but the jug of
So
liquid. Yeah.
yeah, it looks like they would make an excuse that it's not actually like an arsonist kit, but Sherlock didn't give them the chance, which I guess I enjoyed that little back and forth.
So, with that, why did they leave the body in the coffin if they were just going to get rid of the evidence?
Oh, why not burn the body? It could have been found here. But then it would have been more
I
fitting
mean,
to be found here, right?
that yeah, it would be more fitting, but it's because we're playing with. Well, he put the body in there to leave breadcrumbs for Sherlock. But if the plan was just to burn the place down, I mean, they were just minutes apart. uh, they totally could have burned it down before Sherlock got there, and then, whoop, the game's over. I mean, I think that actually goes against the idea of Blackwood toying with Sherlock.
True. The
Yeah.
burning the building
I
still would have been police present of inspection, which also would have gotten Sherlock present, and they would have solved it by the remains of the skull having two missing front teeth to match up. So they would have found it that way of a connection, but it would. Hmm, the coffin does play more of a game to keep the body there.
Yeah, I think so. My read on that particular scene is that it's just convenient that they're all here at the same time. I think Blackwood doesn't obviously Blackwood doesn't want Sherlock to solve the mystery, so it makes sense that he would have this place cleaned up after Rorden's body is hidden in the coffin. If we're going with the game aspect, the more gamey aspect of Blackwood. Um, so I'm fine with them coming to clean up the evidence. That to me makes to me logical sense because you're just there's a point where you're giving the detective too much in your game. So he still doesn't want to be caught. His goal is to conquer the world, I guess.
Then why not burn it at night when the resurrection happened?
Oh,
Why
no,
wait?
that's just because, like I said, it's convenient that they're all here at the same time. I have no idea why they waited so long.
Another convenience.
Yeah, like I said, there's you're gonna find quite a few conveniences in a lot of murder mysteries. Um, at least a few murder mysteries anyway.
I'm like, there didn't
Uh,
seem to be as many as the past two things we've covered.
uh, oh, there were plenty. um, so yeah, I'm in agreement. Crimson, it's a problem that they're here at the same time. That's just lucky.
On the essence of convenience, probably the one I feel is the most egregious to me, that at least I noticed, was the stupid perfume in the bathroom to find the secret door. Always irritated me.
Oh,
Watching it here still does.
The powder?
Very
how it
lucky.
gets sucked into the
Whatever
room.
he sprayed into the air, whatever it was. So convenient. He could have sprayed it on the other side of the room. He could have just not sprayed it really and could have just smelled the end of it because he's very acute with his senses. But no, he had to do it right where the secret door was, and it just happened to suck it in very clearly. Um, it's that was too much for me.
Yeah.
Too much
Uh,
convenience.
yeah, I take more of a visual convenient issue with that than I guess I do with the character. Because I'm fine with him using perfumes to kind of figure out the airflow of a room if he wants to. But yeah, it's convenient. I agree with that one. I'm not gonna push back.
It was
I mean, if
inconsistent
he was
upon
actively
opening the
spraying the
door.
walls looking for a room, sure, but that's not what was happening.
Now, upon opening the door, there was no change in wind or airflow, which goes
Mhm.
with a nitpick I have of the one thing not explained of all the magic usage is how the flames on candles were going out.
Yeah, that's also it's like, man, it's weird how all the candles are going out. I just imagine Blackwood like, you know, blowing a silent horn.
I guess, but if they wanted to play with this door here for having an airflow usage, and that's how Blackwood, just appears in the bathtub scene, then the candles, however, would have been going in the opposite direction of the airflow if the door was facing that direction, because the candles flow outwards towards the bathtub, like something's coming to the presence of the bathtub to put them out.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of that again, that's purely for visual aesthetic. That it's not a. I don't
True,
know
but a
how that
lot of
would
this
be
black
done.
magic is then sleuthed at the end,
Explained. Yeah.
except the candles.
Yeah, I agree. Crimson. Want to jump somewhere?
Okay, let's go with something. Oh, yes. The So when Sherlock's been brought to Thomas's table, uncovered with the bag, and he starts explaining who he is, where he's at. He never looked at the darn table. When you look at the table, you can see Thomas. Blah blah blah. I'm like, you just took off the bag and you never looked at that table. How the heck did you figure that out?
Yeah. The easy fix for
Well,
this one is just have him
have
look at
him
the
look at
table
the
first
table.
and then Thomas Robin.
Yeah, that would have
Yeah,
helped. You
That's
could
all you
just
need.
go
uh,
with the while he's
he's just
explaining and
looking at him.
showing the shots of like outside with the bumps and then the bakery. While he's explaining all that, then he looks because our
Yeah.
focal point isn't on Sherlock. Then
Yeah, that could work. I I would have preferred to have seen him look down at it, obviously, but I think that's a viable inference to make that he looked at the table while he's explaining.
it would have been more breaking if that's his first point he made. Because then,
Yeah.
yeah, there's no area you can place where he looked at the table.
Yeah.
But I do see what you mean. Kind of cheaty then with the editing on that.
Yeah. Cheats
Hmm.
with the editing. It's again not terrible, but you know, I quite like Irene opening the door knowing Sherlock is there. Like she could hear the him breaking out his like lock picking toolkit or whatever.
Yeah,
Well, she apparently knew he was coming anyways because she spiked the drink.
that's true.
Yeah,
Well, she did
she
give the
clearly
invitation.
she did give the invitation, so she was expecting him at some point. So,
Yeah.
and it's also a smart way to fool Sherlock too, because she looked like she had resealed it pretty much.
Yep. Melted the wax. Good detail for it.
Springs?
Letting it breathe wouldn't have changed anything, right?
No, but that's what you're supposed to do when you open a wine bottle. So
Yeah.
she's playing
So it
along.
was an excuse kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, I'll go to something which I wish actually Sinister was here because this is his forte, but a little bit of music theory with the score composed by Hans Zimmer in the fight in the laboratory. I think that the use, and it appeared in this song mostly, like there's elements, it could be incorporated in all of them, like the main theme of Discombobulate, which I do really like. But this one, where it seems that each instrument in the score during the fight have its own kind of solo or usage of violin, banjo, accordion, and I think the violin, from what's visually shown as being a tool or a fidget toy kind of sense to Sherlock to keep him stimulated, is his kind of instrument to be played to him. So the usage of the fight when the violin was apparent or picked up, I felt like was on Sherlock's point of view. Now I don't know if the banjo is connected to someone and the accordion is connected to someone else or what have you, but it just seemed like that was apparent to him of his fighting or what was happening in the scene, and I think that was pretty cool.
I will double down with that because I didn't talk about it in the first act, but the violin he's stringing as Irene Adler walks away is the opening strings to the OST.
Like the actual one for one violin.
Yeah, well, he's just thumbing the violin as Irene's leaving, his room, and then the once he like gets up and starts putting on his disguise, his song actually starts. So Hans Zimmer uses like Sherlock thrumming his violin as the start of the song almost. That's how it's edited together.
Okay, I see.
He's not playing his own theme in his world.
No, that's not what I was. No, I wasn't
Yeah, I
saying
know.
that.
Crimson.
How did Sherlock know the key was under the pillow? I mean, he obviously didn't move the pillow. The key could have been anywhere. Obviously, it's a funny gag.
He was awake before the chambermaid got there, so he sleuthed.
He sleuthed.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I
he's very
mean,
observant.
I
He
mean,
looked around. He felt around.
yeah, it wouldn't be that difficult to feel around for a key. uh, but you can say it's convenient that it's perfectly placed to hide his, from the camera, the
Hmm.
pillow. I mean,
Yeah,
so
I don't need to see Robert Downey Jr. junk.
yeah. So I mean, that's
I
the
feel
real
like a
reason the
lot of
pillow's
people
there.
would.
But yeah, I have a lot of people would, but I definitely think that would be the pillow's there for that reason, obviously to prevent the world from seeing it.
Yes, and keep this
I'm
film's
totally
rating where it
fine with
is.
him waking up and feeling around where the key is. Uh, I will jump to uh Mary bailing Watson out, but not Sherlock. That fits, I guess, for what little I understand of her character at this point.
She doesn't like Sherlock. Makes sense to
Yeah,
me.
At this point, at this point in time, yeah, it carries
yeah,
over from
exactly.
the dinner.
I'm setting up. We're setting up Crimson. All right.
Yes, uh, good stuff. Also, Sherlock being buddy buddy with the guys but telling jokes.
Yeah,
That's a
and
good subversion
yes, and Big Joe will return.
in Avengers.
Interesting.
Uh, yeah. But yes, the it's all I like that. This is also a part of the world building that Sherlock is, knows how to interact with criminals because he, you know, catches them. So I quite like the subversion that he's not getting beat up by the criminals. He's just entertaining them, and it shows that he has at least a relationship with them because Big Joe and him have met multiple times. Does this tie into the homeless network stuff? Do you think?
Could be.
Like they might not be like super petty criminals. They might just be homeless people that were locked up.
A little bit of informants here and there, yeah.
Yeah,
Not
could be.
necessarily Right, you're gonna have to help me. I always blank on the name. I want to starts with a V, but the guy and his little sparrows. Are they
Oh,
sparrows?
yeah, I know who you mean.
I'll say
There's
Viserys or
the Game of
something.
Thrones character.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
there's
bald eunuch.
Yeah, it's Viserys.
Viserys. Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't have gotten it.
Yeah,
Yes, how the
it's all
children
right.
are his little informants around the city.
A bit of that without it being overt.
Yeah.
Uh, so we get the reveal of Blackwood being Sir Thomas Rodham's son. Sherlock gives a good explanation as to how he figures it out. But it is a lot in this scene because we have him deducing he knows exactly where he is to deducing that Blackwood's relation to Sir Thomas Rodhan. And we also meet Lord Coward, who is going to be an important side character, and we also meet Standish, who's going to be a body.
A character. Yeah. Yes, a body.
They characterize Standish enough, but
A man who should have been observant enough to realize he's walking into a Truman Show rain shower.
I don't know about that.
yeah, they with the way that night scene is filmed, they actually do a decent job of preventing. They do a good job of showing how he wouldn't have noticed if we're taking what we see as in real world.
My biggest thing is what the odor would be. I would
Well,
imagine it would have a scent to it.
See, I would agree, except they've established that they established that the explosions they used were odorless, from what Rorden made.
That's right. They did say that.
I'm still 50-50 on it.
Of
It really
course.
plays into if it's raining or not.
What?
If it's raining in real world, then it would make sense of him from where he's getting to arrive to see no difference in it, but it would be blending the water and the chemical solution on him, so it wouldn't be fully encasing him. If it's the other way around, then it's what I said with the Truman Show, where he's arriving without it
Yes, he'd
raining
be a
and he
moron.
walks into the water or into the chemical
Y-
solution.
Yes, if he just walked into like a sprinkler at the front door, yeah, it'd be kind of dumb.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The angle shows it so it looks like it's entirely raining, but I don't know where he's coming from, and there's no way there's a sprinkler track from where he starts to here. So he would be getting out of wherever and walking straight into like, oh,
Yeah.
that's
Well, I
weird.
mean,
That's
he
not my left or
fall.
right.
There is a carriage right outside. We'll just assume it's his carriage because he's the last person to arrive. So we can assume there is a sprinkler or two spraying the chemical on him from that carriage area to the porch or the doorway. So there's not much they would need to cover.
I guess he's not observant enough to look in his carriage out the other window.
Is it raining?
That's what I'm playing with. The camera angle isn't spread out enough to notice if it's raining in real world or not, which is why I'm on the 50-50.
So you're just
I
in.
mean, isn't London notorious for
Yeah,
being
yeah,
wet all the time?
yeah.
It's
It
damp,
is.
but throughout this course of the movie, there isn't a rain a lot.
The only instance of rain we have in the film before this, not to be, I guess, a detail-oriented ass about it, but it's the credits, the opening credits we see as the strums of the theme start, where we see the ground is in puddles and we see the logos.
Yeah, it's
On
Um,
the
damp, but it's not
puddle,
raining.
the puddle of the ride Sherlock goes on, the
yeah.
the dip. Um,
So yeah, it shows that it is raining. It's just not, we don't see the rain up until this scene.
Sprinks, are you throwing out ideas, or are you saying it's just the sprinkler?
I'm saying it's 50-50. I know that, as you're pointing out, there's previous puddles and water throughout London, so it has rained, but it's not a prominent every day it's raining kind of thing, which would play more into the usage that it is raining. We haven't seen a scene where they're outside and it's pouring or raining on them. So here it is believable that it could be raining in real world, which covers up the sprinkler head visibility to Standish, but then it goes with the full chemical solution being sprinkled onto him as well as rainwater falling down upon, unless there's an overhead topping from the entrance to the building, which I don't think is true from the angle where he jumps out the window on fire. So it's a mixture of both, or it's upon his arrival, he doesn't notice how only one selection has quote unquote rain of the chemical solution. So I'm 50, it's one of those two. And they're different nitpicks I see.
And which one's more believable?
The believable one I could see is that it's actually raining, but then upon him coming in, he's not real wet. It looks like, um, but it still seems that the chemical solution can still go off with the trigger of the fire. I guess to coat his whole body with the solution, but if it's just a solution, it makes more sense because that's fully what he's involved with, and it's not washed away or diluted anyway.
You do get a fairly wide, not a wide shot, but you get a fair sense of the water, I guess, that would be pouring over him as he approaches the building, because there is from he walks up the alleyway to where the door is to get let in, and it's raining that entire time he's walking up to the door.
Yes, I can go with that. The him engulfing in flames, whether between the sense of 50 to 100% from rainwater dilution or not, is still enough to engulf into flame, since it is technically coating his whole body.
So your nitpick is that the water would prevent it.
My nitpick is the observant upon him of Standish. And yes, the water would be a variable to the chemical solution being on him.
Depends on the chemical solution, because you can't use water to put out certain chemical fires.
That is true.
And it's also clothing is a factor too. He's not wearing waterproof rain jackets that would have the solution drip off, it would absorb the water, the rain, and the solution, so it would still both be present. It's not like it's washing away the solution, it's just being mixed with it. And the solution would have been the last thing on him as well. It's not like it's solution, then he's standing in the rain.
I don't know. I'm still 50. I don't know what the solution is the thing, the chemical solution.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, us knowing what it is isn't gonna really help the scene unless
It would.
Sherlock explains in detail how the solution works,
It would
which
if
we
it's
don't
if it's an
need.
oil substance, then oil and water do not mix, and that would be more of an issue then. That the rain, if raining in the scene, which I guess is a 25% chance variable then of these theories, would be the least outcome for it to occur. Because his outfit would be in actual rainwater before the sprinkler contact.
No, that's not how it works.
It wouldn't work like that? If someone's soaking
No.
in water and you douse oil onto them, the oil wouldn't stick.
Well, it doesn't need to stick. The oil would still be on him. You're talking about clothes absorbing water, right? That's what's bugging you?
I'm in the theory I'm going with the 25%, which I don't think is true. But if someone soaked in rainwater and you poured thing of oil on them, how much percentage of oil is going to be on them when they walk into a building? It's not going to be 100%.
Well, no, but that's not what we would be arguing about. Oil would still soak into his clothes because clothes is okay. So when you put oil and water into a glass, right? You eventually they'll form their different uh sides of their chemicals. Like they won't mix together unless you physically mix the glass. Clothes would operate the same way, just on a macro scale or micro scale. You don't see the glass that the clothes operate as, but it would still soak into the clothes.
And push out the water, being that oil is denser.
Sometimes yes. Again, depends on the clothes, but yes, that's what would happen. So like, you ever run a hose through like a shirt and just watch the water soak all the way through and eventually start dripping out at the other end, or same with the towel, like
Yes.
block a faucet with a towel. Yeah, it would work essentially the same way. Eventually, the oil would force out the water. Like they would not occupy the same space. It's whatever that would touch him last is being would occupy it.
And I think
The
that would
space.
play
Yeah.
on pressure, time and pressure.
Uh, no. I mean, all you knew was the pressure of the water dot
Ryder,
pushing out
if you're in
the
a
other water
soaking
dot.
wet t-shirt and I took a thing of olive oil and threw it at your shirt, the oil is not going to stick to you. It's going to fall to the ground. There's not enough pressure and time for it to soak into your clothes.
Not all of it, but a fair portion of it would.
In this case, I need a science study.
I guess
Ryder,
so.
didn't you take science classes in college or something?
I did. That's why I guess why I was confused by the direction of this conversation. So we'll rock it back to I guess your 50-50 conversation. So the w- the issue you're taking is that if it's if it is raining outside and he walks up, you have an issue because in your mind the oil doesn't stick to him
If it's oil,
as well. If it's oil, we all know it's a chemical. Well, we know is it's a chemical mixture. So I don't even know if we have enough to describe it as oil.
yes, that having a clue. But whatever the mixture is, the chemical solution is being mixed with water.
Yeah. Um. Again, I don't have an issue with that just because there's plenty of chemical solutions that can't be burnt out with water. That being said, the issue that I guess you're taking is just the lack of identity on the chemical. Then.
My problem is that the camera lens is too zoomed in. Let's go with that. If it's a wider angle to show rain in the real world or not, to not be covered up by the sprinkler that's explained later, then that shows what happened.
Right. So the widest shot we have is there's a shot where Standish is walking towards the door with a bird on the ground. So we do get a kind of a medium shot, I guess, where we do see Standish's full body walking along the wall from like a POV that's about, I want to say 5-10 feet away from him. So we get a good shot of him walking up alongside in the alleyway, but that's the widest shot you have. You don't have a shot of like it pouring rain over the sky or water dripping over the roofs and stuff like that.
Yeah, and then the explanation of the sprinkler head later on is very close to just showing the sprinkler head and not actually the angle of where it's at.
I don't know about that one, so I'm just gonna shrug. uh, all I know about, yeah, yeah. Anyway, Crimson, you got a point you want to jump to?
Yes. Watson trips the wire that causes the explosions. And I guess I'm okay with him not being observant enough for that, even though he's supposed to be observant. But we know he's not on Sherlock's level
Yeah,
when it
I
comes to it
think
because of
that.
the whole glass thing he was about to impale himself on. So he's
Yeah,
not perfect. So I guess it's fine. I would have a bigger issue if Sherlock tripped it.
yeah, I would have an issue with Sherlock tripping it as well. I'm fine with Watson because Watson's also clearly distracted in the scene as well. Like he sees Blackwood. Blackwood, tips his hat to him, and that pulls his focus. So I'm in agreement on that front. Um, I it's going on your candles stuff you brought up earlier, Springs. I just found my old notes for it. Uh, I made a joke that Blackwood in my notes has a big quiet air gun somewhere.
Yeah,
What to each candle?
Yeah. Well, no, it has to hit all the candles simultaneously, so it's just a giant howitzer-sized air gun that's quiet. I will jump to the rat's tail will be the in Rorden's kind of the secondary lab, I guess. Um, where they refined more of the chemical mixture of the weapon Rorden designed. Um, but the rat's tail is the other clue as to the kind of poison that they intend to use.
Yeah, the cyanide mixture of some
The
sort.
cyanide mixture, yes. Refined in the bellies of swine.
Yes.
Springs, got another point would you like to jump to, sir?
yes, there's a really goofy sound effect that was used that I think takes the tone out of the movie a bit, which is when Dredge jumps out the window and is like running to the dockyard, and it's a nice not expert, avert expectation shot of like this way up crate to show that it's not actually the right way and the camera's upside down to flip. When Dredger runs past the camera, facing kind of downwards at him to then fix the camera in the ups to look upwards,
Oh, to
there's
follow him? Yeah.
there's like a freight train sound effect of him running by. I thought that was a
Because
bit
he's a freight
goofy.
Yeah. I mean, I can buy that there are freight trains going through London at that time. It's the industrial thing, but it is the timing for the camera is what makes it goofy. I agree with that. Um, I will jump to Blackwood's final kill. I think since Stanish is American, taunting about conquering America and among other things is a good way to make sure that Standish behaves the way that Blackwood needs him to in order to, spark the bullets, the special bullets that set them on fire.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Had to push him over the edge.
yes, so I do appreciate the goading because otherwise there is that. Otherwise, you could be running the risk that obviously he might, you know, join you for some whatever reason. Though obviously Standish is not into that at all.
Yeah. Not in the slightest.
Crimson, got another point you'd like to jump to?
Yeah, let's talk about the cattle prod or electric wand or whatever you want to call it.
Old timey taser.
The old
old
timey
timey
taser.
taser. Kind of a weird little addition because it doesn't really amount to much. It's kind of just for fun, little gags. I'm sure it's like a test component for the final mechanism or something,
Yeah,
but
for the
i-
two
in
ball bearing
isolation,
electrical charge at the top of it of the
yeah.
machine.
Uh, and then there's Sherlock, who immediately figured out how it operated and charges it and stuff. He's a smart
Yeah,
guy, I guess.
yeah. The only benefit is that you see him pull it out of where it was from inside the charging wheel. So when he sees that and he sees a crank, I think he just started cranking. I don't think that's too much of a leap,
What is that? I have
but
no idea.
Him,
yeah,
yeah, figuring out what to do with it, I don't think is too bad, especially for trying and he's being choked out, so make an attempt. What I see more of an issue with it is that it holds more than one charge.
yeah. If we're going on a more realistic angle, he would have to charge that every single time he uses it.
Most likely, with how much energy is used to propel dredge, that's a lot of
To
energy.
killing another man. Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah. It's definitely there for the gimmick. I agree. I don't have any issue with Sherlock having figured it out, but I do think it holds too much energy. Would be, I guess, where I would draw my delineated line with it.
Yeah, my issue with it is that it doesn't output all of its charge, or it does, and then it builds up more charge on its own.
Yeah.
Kinetic energy. I don't know. I agree. Inconsistent with the power levels of this thing.
Yeah. I will say I also enjoyed the echo in the fight scene when they both ask for, "Can I have a moment?" in French.
Yes, to then later be called back upon.
Yes. I do. Well, I guess I'll touch on it now. I've been taking some French classes in at uni, so I, for once, didn't actually even bother reading the subtitles. I understood what they were saying, and it's actually all accurate to the subtitles.
Ah, wunderbar.
Yeah, so good use on the French is simple, but good use. It's accurate to the language. So some small nugget points.
Yeah, they didn't make it up.
Yeah, yeah, they were not speaking Turkish when it was clearly French.
Yeah, that'd been weird.
Yeah.
Or speaking uh, well, I guess German for Belgium for a Frenchie.
I'm a Belgie.
Yeah. Sprinks got a point.
Yes, there is. I couldn't figure it out. It's such a. This is not an instance where I'm like, oh, they did it to look cool kind of camera thing. It's like, oh, this is perfectly in here for a joke, I think. And it's right after the scene I brought up in my last point of Dredger running toward the dockyard, and it shows Dredger running by and Sherlock chasing him in a still camera shot of the two of them running. And then the camera pans to the right to show a kid. Like just a
Oh yeah,
kid.
definitely. That's definitely comedy.
Is that a
It's
joke just to show child labor laws?
uh
Not
no,
Viper, I
but
guess.
comedy is always a usage. One of the frequent ways to employ comedy in a movie is to always focus on something that's not a part of the action to help elevate the comedy of the scene. Like the biggest, the funny enough, I use this example when talking to a writing class. Um, Groot at the opening in Guardians 2, focusing on him while avoiding the action. That is like an essence of what comedy in films are. So like it's that's an extension of what this camera usage is. Like they're showing the kid as an extension, taking us away from the action to show like the comedy. It's what elevates the comedy by not focusing on the action.
Okay.
Like Lilo and Stitch with the guy with the ice cream cone.
Yeah, but that guy's in
Yeah.
frame.
Hmm.
So yeah, and that's just that's what they're it is a it is for comedic purposes.
Okay. Well, I did see it as a humor, but I guess, a baffling one for me.
Fair enough. It is. It's. I will agree. It's oddly placed. I'm not sure on the timing myself. I think the song makes it kind of uppity and comedic enough. Um, I don't know if I would. Yeah, is it a pacing? I don't know if I have a big issue with it because it's so small. But yeah, it's odd. Uh, Crimson, you got a point, sir?
Running thin. I guess I don't know if it's lucky. I don't know. I guess kind of convenient that the police drain the tub because I mean
Yeah,
it is 1890, so there's only so much chemical analysis you could do. But I'm sure they had some form of it, so they are getting rid of evidence when they could have pulled the body out or something.
yeah. I think the only again the only defense that they have for it is the one they give is which is that it's common decency to drain the tub.
Mhm.
And they might not buy into the whole chemical warfare yet thing either because they explicitly line chemical warfare is not a thing yet.
Well, not
True.
necessarily chemical warfare, but just people die from chemicals. Could be naturally or not.
I I don't think so, not yet. In
Crimson,
like a
people
couple
die from black
decades.
magic.
Yeah, I don't think we're there yet, Crimson. In
I
terms
mean,
of like
if Sherlock's talking about it, I'm sure other people have talked about it.
yeah.
Possibly,
Well,
but people
Sherlock's
think
kind of an
Sherlock is a kook.
exception. Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, they say there's a line in this film that's saying Rorden is revolutionizing chemical warfare, which I think might be enough for me to infer that it's not. There's not necessarily a chemical part of crimes division yet. It's not too wide. It's not widespread enough.
If they have a term for chemical warfare, I feel like that's something that's been brought up at least.
I
Oh,
don't know. I mean, the term is just simply chemical warfare. Well, no, he says revolutionize warfare is what he says. I think is the actual line of dialogue. The chemical device will revolutionize warfare.
This will finish the war. No, doctor. This will change the world. I
Jones.
feel like I butchered that quote.
I understood the reference though.
Crimson, did you say Dr.
Oh, I did
Jones?
better than me. I did. It's Captain America.
There you
Whatever.
um,
See, he's in both. So
yeah. So yeah, I'm not 100% sold on that Crimson, but not sold on it yet. I think if this were 20 years later, I think I would have more of an issue because World War One. Um, so I will. Sprinks got any more?
Let's see. I do like the twist of words that in the jail that between Watson calling out Sherlock for how much he dislikes Mary and Sherlock twisting that into going out to the country to see his brother Mycroft.
You need to get away.
Yeah,
We
and
can put on a we and then it turns back around. Yeah,
you are not human.
yeah, you're not human.
I agree. That whole interaction, I think, is in essence of what I really, really like about Robert Downey Jr. and Jude Law's chemistry as these two characters, because they play off each other really well. And I think one of that scene is one of the highlights.
I fully agree. They have big chemistry in this movie.
And all the shippers were happier for it. Let's see. I will jump to. Funny enough, I was going to jump to that scene, but I just tacked on. So I will jump instead to Adler being caught before Sherlock and Watson can get to Blackwood. I think it's a bit convenient on the timing because Adler's followed them there, and Blackwood had the time to set up her up on this contraption, chained up, tied up, and everything, for them to get too distracted trying to save her, and instead of going after him.
If you believe him, he could have grabbed her
Ye
before and said that to get into Sherlock's head, that it's his fault.
Yeah, that could be.
I don't. That's reading into it.
It is, but still could
My
be.
thing on it is, was his intention to kill her or just delay them?
Uh, I think he has. I don't think he minds killing her. I think she would consider her a casualty at war at this point because his plan is at this point is very close to coming to fruition. He has the device he needs now, like for sure. Because they talk about, hey, the device is just moved away from here. So the implication is that he now has everything he needs. I don't think he cares as much. And again, could
Yeah, I
be a
think he's
message to
fine killing
Moriarty as a
eventually.
secondary. Um, so I don't think he was bluffing. I think he was fully willing to kill her.
I agree.
Um, uh, another funny interaction. The save your bullets, and then Sherlock just immediately dumps all of it into the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And lucky none of that hit Blackwood because
Well, he
Blackwood
wasn't
was
there.
literally right there.
He
We see
was, and
him
then
there.
well, he was,
It
but
was a
he
projection.
does have magic and teleports. More instances than one. We had the speed thing in the cell we talked about earlier. We got this one. There's another one I know that comes up later.
Yeah,
Mm.
Body double.
Yeah, to the
yeah,
point where it's not necessarily super speed. It might actually be teleportation.
yeah. Uh, it's definitely again, it's for the audience to look cool and chilling, but man is capable of teleportation, which is a form of plot armor and plot convenience for the story.
Yes, it does look. I agree. Does look cool, but if you're sleuthed out that none of this is magic and it's all practical usages in this world of reality, then there needs to be an explained reason for how he can do what he can do.
Yeah. Uh, at least for this, I mean, I don't necessarily need him to lie. I don't necessarily need an explanation for him teleporting, but I do need an explanation of just the timing of things. Like if he had a double, Lord Coward could dress up as him, and he could just project his voice or something. Like that would be enough.
Yeah, if he pulled
Um,
the disappearing man trick.
I was gonna go with the what's it called? Not the disappearing man trick, but the the hot fuzz. Everybody in the community can dresses up as the same killer
Hmm.
kind of idea. So he and Lord Coward works directly with him on some of these in order to kind of pull that effect and add more into the fear factor for Holmes because Holmes is his greatest threat. Sprinks, any points for this act
Let's
remaining?
see. The makes sense that for the body to be dumped on the table at his own abode to Watson makes sense of Watson constantly telling Sherlock, this is your case, not our case, kind of thing. So asking Watson to come with him to like a corner to check out the body was never the case. So bring it to Watson and like tempt him with the work.
Yep, I very much enjoy the scene because obviously doing it in Watson's room because it's now his room, uh, just you know tempting him. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Agree.
You said you were running low, right, Crimson?
Yeah, I pretty much only have one left.
All right. Well, I'll let you give your last one.
Sherlock almost died on that bandsaw, and I was just thinking how convoluted the whole situation was, and is there a button or switch or something just to turn it off? He throws in bones to
Possibly.
try to jam it to save him time to do all this other stuff, and then it ends on the three of them bouncing on it to break it. And I'm like, well, lucky it actually broke.
Yeah,
No
because
more trio at that point if it didn't break.
yeah, um, what works is that they're obviously building up the pressure in the pipe, among other things. So they definitely are setting it up to be at its weakest point for them to do this.
But
So
there
I think it
definitely has got to be an on and off switch.
Yeah, there's no obvious one, which is why I think this. I think it works. The only issue I have with it is obviously we cut away when it would have started. It would have started cutting into RDJ Sherlock before the bounce
Yeah,
with
into
what
his
we see
back.
Yeah,
of it.
because it already cut his hat. Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah, so there.
That
So
would
I see
be a
some plot armor.
safety problem if the power switch to operate that bandsaw is not within the confines to see that room.
You would be right. However, this is not the 21st century,
I was about
so
to say they didn't
Yeah.
care about safety.
you
But
are correct.
practicality purposes, though, you would probably want it near the saw. Just
Yeah,
seems more
I
practical.
there. What I can guess is all I can get. Best I can guess is there's a control room somewhere that they just didn't have time to get to.
Was the saw operational and moving, you think, while Irene was going through the fire?
Yeah, I think the whole conveyor belt is
Yeah,
one.
the
It
whole
was all
conveyor
on.
belt
Okay.
was going. Yeah. So I imagine there is a control room somewhere, and for safety reasons, now I do think they would have that such measures like everywhere.
Oh,
Emergency stop
absolutely.
button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't have exposed gears in the floor.
Yeah, that too. Um, so this is very much making use of the era, I think, a little bit.
I
Um,
agree.
how are you looking on this notes for this act, Sprinks?
Well, that's a good question. I have one on like my second page, and then going to my third page, I have like a paragraph, but I don't know of this paragraph how much has been talked about yet. But I guess my one note on the second page I have here is that I do like the joke that Clarky jokes that his wife is a chambermaid to Sherlock,
Yes.
but does it to give like an awkward tension to Sherlock of being like apologetic towards it, and then says it's a joke, which could be played off that it wasn't a joke, but the awkward tension made Clarky say that to break the awkwardness.
Like, that's definitely an interpretation. I do love Clarky quite a bit in this version in this movie because Clarky is kind of like a quintessentially just good cop side character. Remains loyal to Sherlock even when the police have a warrant for him.
Yes. Oh, okay. Looking at my other page. We touched on it, I guess, earlier, but now in this act, did Sherlock leave his revolver on purpose?
This time,
Yeah.
absolutely. I don't even have to. I don't think there's a question for this one.
Okay, I am in agreement as well. I believe he definitely left it on purpose, which makes me believe that the previous one was also on purpose. It's just the reason wasn't given.
You
Much to
do
read
like
into
your
for me.
patterns. What did you say, Crimson?
Too much to read into for me.
Ah. Something we touched on a little about the teleportation of Blackwood. We, the audience, see him in the opening the wall of his face talking to Sherlock and I guess Watson too, but he pulls out before they turn around, so they heard him but didn't technically see him there.
Yes.
So his voice was closer, but his voice was like all around the room to them.
Yeah.
So there's just something like how close his voice got to them for them to panic to fire without actually
Yeah.
seeing him to open fire.
Yeah. They definitely heard the voice like right beside them with how Sherlock reacts by emptying his gun of bullets.
Yeah. So that I saw was definitely a scare onto them and not actual proof like there used fire.
Yes.
I talked on the CGI of the explosion and how it's not the greatest, but I do think the slow-mo for the time did look pretty good. It wasn't choppy frame rate.
Yeah. Definitely in the era where we know how to get good slow mo now. It's just a matter of whether people will utilize the talent.
Yes, if I remember correctly, I could argue that the slow-mo in the next Game of Shadows film is possibly better.
Yeah,
I
because
wonder
they
who
had
did it.
as far as I know, they have a good consultant.
Hmm. They certainly have someone who is the man.
Yeah, he's a slow mo guy, as far as I know.
All right, that's over the line of a hint, but okay.
Too much. Too
That's
much.
that's a little. That's kind of just a name drop.
All right. Um,
Again, the use of violin during the explosions, kind of Sherlock waking up on the soot of the ground, is a nice touch to the chaotic chords going off in the explosion. Because when everything's going off, the violin's kind of going haywire and very panicky, which I think is just like the uncertainty and the boggled mind of Sherlock in that moment.
Yeah,
I thought
I
that
agree
was
with
a good
that.
touch.
I will jump to the I guess the it's a reveal that Coward was working with Blackwood the whole time to the audience because Sherlock figures it out later, but obviously when he nominates Blackwood to be head of the order to Standish. So
Yes.
it kind of shows that there's more. Either Coward was swayed by legitimately believing in everything that Blackwood has done, and he's like, the one true son. He can definitely do magic, or he was in on it from even before then, which I think he is because obviously we see we it's recontextualized who the hooded figure is in the opening scene of this film. So
And their goal is to kill off Parliament and weaken London in order to then move to take out, as they say, the weakened state of America.
they were gonna conquer the world. Their goal is world domination through fear.
Okay. It sounded like their next
So
step, though, was to go
Yeah,
to
it's right.
America,
yeah,
then take over
I,
Europe
Go to
first.
whether or not that's true, I don't know. I think the American line could also be interpreted as just deliberately goading Standish into killing himself.
Oh, okay.
So that's another way to interpret that line. Um, I also another important detail in this one. Blackwood makes all the quote unquote members of the order, the believers, to drink their allegiance, which is going to be explained later. The importance of that.
Yes.
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 Sorry. Yeah. The antidote given
Affirmative.
around the room. Yes.
No worries. I'm scrolling through my notes.
Which does play into,
So
I guess, a little bit of time convenience then, about the weeks or whatever, that they would have to probably be the following days to keep that antidote still in their system.
uh, it would be at least 2 days later, maybe three.
It really depends on what it
The
is. I
yeah,
mean, you could get like shots, right, and that can last years. But there's certain things do different durations. I don't know what it is.
I just thought
yeah.
is
It
that
depends.
that wasn't into the bloodstream, that was ingested orally.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Which
your
gets
body would still digest
absorbed.
it and absorb it. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah,
it's the
okay.
same reason we take pill medication and stuff like that. So there's an element to that believability of that. All I know is for sure is I think there's at least 2 or 3 days before then because we have Standish who's dead from that experience. Sherlock comes to see that the next day. Then we have um, the nighttime experience of him being exploded at the docks the following day. Then we don't know how long he was helping Watson. That could have been that night with trying to repair his shoulder or whatever. Um, and
Could have been.
then we have him going
We have
trying out
the
black magic, the spell scene,
that
which
night,
also
yeah.
takes place at night. And then that next following day is when everything goes down.
The
So I
Parliament
say
walking
at
in,
least
yeah. The mass.
yeah. So I would say 3 days at least for um the antidote needing to be in their system.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it
Not
just plays into not
impossible,
knowing what the
but
antidote is.
yeah, not
Yeah.
impossible, but it is that is we just that's something we're just gonna kind of have to take at face value.
Yes, and I just feel like how they're drinking it, unless it's tasteless, but drinking the thing without contort faces plays off that it's not like a super strong or potent elixir of the antidote. So it's not like
Yeah,
disgusting, but it's like, hey, this is strong stuff. You need this because we're doing this in a
yeah,
couple days.
yeah. I imagine they mix it into something like wine.
Yeah. I'm just also going with the time period. It's like how strong it would have to be or what they have on hand to last that long. So, yeah, bunch of variables. But
It's true. And that is all I got for this act. So, Sprinks, you got anything else, or are we good to move on to Act 3?
Looking at what I have, it's just nice of Clarky to warn Sherlock that he has an arrest warrant out for him from Lord Coward, and it's a warning. And he, is friends with him enough that
Sends
it's
him
like,
off.
yeah, like go, well, don't, and warns him, like tells him, hey, Watson is safe. Like we found Watson, don't
Yeah.
worry about him.
If Watson's alive. You need to worry about you. Yeah,
Yeah,
I do appreciate that. Clark is not in this film a lot, but he's extremely well characterized as a good cop. Like he's there to help Sherlock. He's there to like to support the two of them whenever he's usually obviously with Lestrade, but he's like the main policeman that we see outside of Lestrade. Like he's the one that always goes to say, goes to their apartment and say, "We found
yeah. Lestrade isn't the one
Blackwood
going
has
to them with
appeared."
cases or updates.
Yeah. Yeah. So it makes sense that they're friends with Clark because Clark is the one that traveled with them to Blackwood's tomb because he's the one that went to get them. You know.
Yeah,
He's a good pal.
Yeah. So really well characterized side character. I like Clarky.
other than that, Redder,
Uh,
that is all I have for Act 2.
all right. In that case, we will jump right into Act 3. Uh, I want to say I'll start this one because then I'm sure to lead into Crimson's point. I like that Sherlock disguises himself to help out as his friend. So like he disguises
As
himself
the
as a doctor
doctor.
to help
Yeah.
pick, yeah, to kind of check in on Watson. And we didn't really talk about it, but not a lot of iterations play on Sherlock's disguises as much as RDJ's Sherlock does.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty prevalent with how little there is. I mean, it's a 2-hour movie. We got a two.
Yeah, I just,
I think we get
oh man. Well, I'll keep my mouth shut. Sorry. How many disguises are in this one? One, two. I don't know.
Doctor, Big Nose, and that it. I
yeah,
think
I
that's it.
think that's it. But again, I like that they're with it. We don't get a lot of disguises with a lot of other versions of Sherlock, so I like that we're getting a little bit of that in this, and also again with the sequel. Um,
Yes,
but
that's
yeah,
what I was keeping my mouth shut on.
Yeah.
There's just one in the sequel that I remember watching and blew my mind.
yeah. Guess we'll see. I will turn this over to you, Crimson, because I think you have something to say about
Yeah, so
The
this
rest
is
of the
the
movie,
180
maybe.
flip. This is the 180 flip I was referring to with
yeah.
Mary. Because we have two scenes of her not liking Sherlock. One, she throws wine in his face and storms off from dinner. The other, not posting his bail, which is a bit of a commitment, even if you don't like somebody, or even if you like someone, you don't have to post the bail. But here, she totally forgives him for Watson's injuries and his predicament. Even though Sherlock is somewhat to be blamed, it is true that Watson has his own will and can decide what he wants to do as an adult. But Mary, with how temperamental she was in the first introduction, I don't think she would forgive Sherlock, e- even using Watson's thought process, how she thought Watson would take the scene.
Yeah.
And then her deduction skills, which, as I mentioned, weren't there during the dinner,
It's not
and now
Sherlock's
she
best
does.
disguise, frankly, but
No,
Yeah.
I'm in agreement that it is a change in her, but I do think it's passable because this is an instance where she actually sees that Sherlock cares for I almost said for Watson, and the other two instances were the dinner of Watson saying don't and Sherlock didn't listen, and then the jail is because of Sherlock's doing to get Watson in jail. So it seems like to be his fault and putting like Watson's kind of in a bad crowd kind of look to Mary. But this one actually shows Sherlock actually caring for Watson and being there for him. So it shows a sensitive side to him. But it does seem like it should be like more mixed and gradual in thanking him and not the 180 that occurs.
yeah. Is Watson being injured enough to put them on the same page, or at least near the same page.
Same page for Watson and who?
Like, I mean Irene and Irene, Mary and Sherlock.
No.
Like, you don't think that? My my question is his injury enough to kind of, um, I guess, bridge the gap between them a little bit because they both care for him?
Keyword a little bit, yes.
Yeah, I'm not on it's a 180 flip, but I do see it as a Nick to Mary because I do think it's a bit
All right,
too much.
170 flip.
Yeah, there you go. It's a 170, a 160, 170.
Yeah.
Um, I do think that it should have been more gradual. Like, after I'm fine with her figuring out it's Sherlock because Sherlock is not really trying to hide it that much from her. Um, but I think what I would want to make this feel more realistic is her kind of not necessarily accepting what Sherlock is, but more like they're all right. He's hurt because of what happened. You need to like they could be on the more on the same page. So like a gradual like, okay, I can look over him. You go solve this kind of thing.
I'd prefer her being mad, not necessarily at Sherlock, but just being like, "You need to get the people who did this." Not that she accepts him or anything, but just focus her anger
Yeah,
towards the bad
yeah.
guys. But in
Which is
this, she doesn't have the hard focus on the bad guys. It's, "I accept you, Sherlock. Now, please continue what Watson would want you to do."
I didn't get that bit, but I did get the bit that she was angry, and I think that's the part they needed to focus on a little more because I think her being angry at those responsible would be enough for her to quote unquote accept Sherlock tangentially, knowing that he is probably the best method of getting back at them.
Yeah.
Yes, he
So I think this scene needs to be tweaked, um, to be in line with what to be more in line with what we've seen from Mary before this as well.
Yes, the start point and end point can still work fine. It's just the lines and I guess even acting onto Mary need to be changed. She
Yeah,
needs to be more
I'm
bitter.
I'm
the
I
direction of
think
her.
yeah, I think even the lines can work. All the lines that we have work, I think, well enough. I think just the acting change might be just to show her more obviously angry about it. The delivery of them. But obviously, I think tweaking lines would help too to
Yeah.
get the point across better.
Especially
So
in her head how this doesn't line up to what she has actually seen of him.
yeah, I've so this is something I usually adhere to with like a script writing when it comes to side characters because Mary is very much a side character in this story. Um, Everything they do means that much more because you only have so much time with these side characters. And one of the reasons I think three of us are kind of being sticklers here with Mary is because this is a scene they really needed to nail because this is pretty much the end of the main scenes we have of her that's not a part of the epilogue.
Mhm.
And
Pretty much.
so I think that the reason that's why this needed to be nailed because um she's going to be she's a very important part of Watson's life, and while we get that, the integration between her and Sherlock has been very very tense. I think that some tweaking would be in order to better the impact of a character. I kind of want to compare her to Clarky, but
Clarky's consistent.
um Clarky's consistent because the reason I want to compare her to Clarky is because they both have a similar weight in the film. Um, Whereas Clarky is kind of a direct relation into the police. She's a direct relationship into kind of Watson's affections. Um, but Clarky is consistent with himself. Like he's always breaking the tension, and he's always giving us the audience insight as to what the state of mind of the police is and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Nervous and good spirited.
Nervous and good spirited. With Mary, it's conflicted. I would say around Sherlock at least. Um, and it would just be nice to get a little bit more consistency from her. So there's a long, unwritten Mary rant for you, I guess.
Yeah, bravo.
uh, yeah. Sprinks, why don't you jump us somewhere?
Sure. Let's see here. Uh, well, Sherlock figuring out the clues to the Sphinx murders is a bit more like Riddler leaving a map. Like it's like, oh, here's where these murders took place, so they must correlate to be here.
Yeah, like
Uh,
triangulating all that stuff.
Yeah.
yeah, and I do think they do a good job of it by him establishing the connection to the history of the order and like what their beliefs are.
Yeah, I like how it's connected with the clues earlier of the father, Sir Thomas, of how he's like the
Yeah,
secret head order of it, but at that point, it's just like, oh, a secret society and not turned kind of thing, even though it's still not great with
yeah,
the secret room being his own secret room of the order of how that's connected.
yeah. Like you don't know.
Like that room isn't Blackwood's like secret room that he's hidden from his father the whole time. It's like, at least to me, I went, that is Sir Thomas's secret study room.
Yeah,
I
it
think it's
is.
the bathroom and not in the bedroom or somewhere else.
Wherever Sherlock sat down.
Yeah. Be weird to have a copper made bed, but
It's hard to boil somebody alive with whatever chemical mixture you're using for that if with in a bed. Unless it's a water bed, then maybe you just stab it and let him sink in.
Yeah.
that'd be goofy.
Oh yeah, totally. That's like, you know, 70s Riddler stuff. um I I actually, as much as I very much love this explanation from Sherlock and the whole scene with about explaining where all the murders took place. I love the whole scene, except for one part, which is when the map is laid out and everyone can clearly see that the last murder is pointing at Parliament, which I think would encourage a bit more urgency in Watson.
Yeah, I suppose.
Otherwise, I'm fine with how this scene plays out.
Mm,
Okay.
Crimson.
I talked about earlier about a Moriarty thing in Act 3, so I will do it now. Uh, I had a question, and it could potentially be answered in the second one because I don't really remember it all that much. But in isolation to this film, and not knowing if they were expecting a sequel or not, I feel like they needed a connection to how Moriarty knows about the device. Because his objective is to get the radio wave device.
Yeah,
um, that's his objective. He doesn't care about the device or anything else apart from that. So I feel like that there needs to be an answer of how he knows about it, and
Is it could just
I
be
don't know.
incentivized that Reardon is working on that, and that's just an aspect into who he is that he's interested in to Reardon, and that's why he gives to Irene and then Irene to Sherlock to look into it.
That seems complicated. Couldn't if he knew about it beforehand, couldn't he have just procured it before the bomb was at its activation location?
Is it possible he didn't know the full details of it being incorporated into a bomb?
Well, that lends more to reason of him getting it earlier rather than later. And I would question his knowledge then at that point of how he would even know about the device but not the bomb.
Mm, could be because we've already tackled on the um, order of things in this film with the, I guess, arsonist burning down the building and the timing of why they chose to do it then and there, not prior. Same could be for Moriarty's plan. But then again, Moriarty
I
is very reliant on Irene to do the rest of his bidding. We don't really see what he's doing himself.
yeah. because there's we don't really have his connection to the bomb. I I don't think it's relevant for this film, but if they were to go to a second film, I think that would have had to have been established, especially if they were just going to pick up right where they left off. 'Cause in this film, it's more of a teaser than it is like we need to know how Moriarty is directly connected to it.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know how to label it objectively because I think it's an issue unless it's explained, and that's something they could explain in the second one. Yeah.
Yeah, I with that I would probably in isolation I don't really have an issue with it because I think there's multiple there's an avenues of how he could do it because he could do his own on the ground investigating himself separate from Irene that we just don't see. Um, and we could also see that he could also employ other goons as well, like a person that might be, might that Blackwood might be hired or borrowing or using might be one of Moriarty's men for all we know, like another informant.
True,
So
but if it's all for the same
That's
case
something.
to get it, there should
yeah,
be more instances of either Irene or Sherlock or even Watson for that matter finding things changed or different. Or even on the opposite end of Lord Coward and Blackwood, things have been shifted and changed that they don't know how or why, something missing. And it could just be like a small scene. And it's like, why is that included if it's Moriarty doing his own work towards it?
Yeah, it seems like you would need breadcrumbs for that.
Yeah.
yeah,
Because it really just seems like the only person he's working with is Irene. And he's making her
uh,
do all the work.
And she
yeah.
didn't even know about the device until
Yeah.
like the
We could
end.
assume he
Oh,
compartmentalizes, which is fine enough. But um, yeah, I
Well, they did say they found a body. Oh, wait, never mind. That was at the end. Shoot. I was going
yeah.
to say they found a body with like the close up gunshot, small caliber, which is Moriarty's gun. So that means he does get his hand dirty doing something.
Yeah, we know that Moriarty knows that Reardon is working for Blackwood. Is there any reason to assume that Moriarty also didn't figure out the order of the map, like the order's like pattern?
I think he could have, but it doesn't seem relevant to what he needs.
Well, it is for the machine, so that's how would be a route of how he figures out where the machine is at the end.
we don't even know how he knows about the machine though,
Yeah,
or
that
the
part is
components.
yeah. Like I said, we don't know how he knows about the machine. We can. I think
Because
him
Irene knows
figuring.
through Sherlock, not through Moriarty.
Sherlock,
Or
um,
or did Moriarty
didn't
not
find it out at the
know
last minute.
Moriarty doesn't know about the machine and he's just telling Irene to figure out and Irene's best thing is to follow Sherlock. And that's how she gets to it. She knows
He
what to
says
do
he
when she
wants.
gets there.
Moriarty's explicit in saying he wants what Reardon was working on for Blackwood.
Yeah,
Yes. By telling Irene to go and do that. But Irene doesn't know where it is and Sherlock explains it to her and they go together. So when she gets to the
Yeah,
machine, she knows what to do and it's like, okay, here's the distraction, do this. But she doesn't know where that's located. And it's her job to
yeah,
find that.
yeah. And there's also an element of Moriarty might have been following them too, to pick his moment, as it were.
True. I just feel like
Otherwise, I'm thinking.
it makes more sense
Otherwise,
if Moriarty knew where the machine was, tell Irene to go there prior and take care of it versus go to Sherlock and do this whole other matter.
yeah, and
yeah,
risk it actually activating.
Yeah.
yeah.
It also risks her safety by distracting Sherlock to do it versus in the other sense where if
Well,
she did it without him, there would be no distraction needed.
yeah, well, her intention is to distract Sherlock away from the machine so he can get to it. So
True, but that's in the
boiling
case that
down,
Sherlock's present.
yeah. So boiling down our problems with it, with this Moriarty angle, I don't have an issue. The thing with the piece that we're missing is how he finds out about the machine, not necessarily that he knows where the machine is, right?
Yes, I
I
don't think
think
he
it's
knows where the machine is.
from.
That's not what I asked. That's
I
the
know.
opposite of
I'm
what I
no.
asked.
I'm still going with you. You asked the aspect to it. I don't think he knows where it is, but how he knows of it, I think, is the idea of the radio wave thing that he's got his interest in uh, Reardon to begin with. Why he's looking into him. There's got to be some test of the radio wave to go on, or the electrical set circuit, or something that he practiced or studied on that got Moriarty's attention. Could be in the sense of a shared university or class or something, being that he's a professor and that's picked up, that in a place of study it was somehow brought up, and that's what got his attention onto him. Now that it's going to be built and connected to a bomb, I don't think he necessarily knows all the details of that. He's just interested in the one aspect of it.
Yeah, I have a question. Why do we keep calling it a bomb?
Well, it's not an necessarily explosive bomb, but it still goes off and kills
Yeah, well,
a machine.
Chemical weapon,
it's a
sure.
timed chemical weapon. I'm just confused why we're using bomb. So,
I'm just fast to
Sorry,
say instead of chemical weapon.
it'll
okay,
go off and
I
kill
just wanted
people.
I just wanted to make sure I'm on the same page because I'm like you guys don't think it's literal. I just wanted to make sure
It's
I
not going to
understood what
explode.
you guys were saying.
No,
Yeah, okay.
it's a gas chemical. But even a smoke grenade is still a form of bomb.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it doesn't explode. Usually, that's when I hear the word bomb is where I connect the dots to that. So no worries. I'm just making sure that
All right.
we're on the same page with that one.
It's like when you were calling Weasel Thing in Creature
Yeah,
Commands.
like Ben Grimm isn't in this show. That was weird.
Similar thing. Okay, so I guess that's the big Moriarty talk. Is there more to talk on it, or people's final positions on it? I guess.
A lot of questions, not a lot of answers.
I just think
I
Is
think
Moriarty's
that
going to be
that
good or
smart enough.
bad for it?
It kind of
yeah,
makes Moriarty a little weak.
I'm not there yet. I think the weakest aspect is the timing of everything, as the importance of Adler and his plans, and the specific need as to why, if he couldn't figure it out for himself, or he was using Sherlock to figure it out the location of the bomb, uh, why he couldn't have gotten it earlier. So for me, the missing piece of information is the as to how he found it. We can infer that he heard from something from somewhere, that he knows what Ruin's working on. Um, Best I can assume is he was following the group to just get what he needs. So I think there's a bit of convenience with Moriarty. I don't think he's weak necessarily, but
I think without those details to pick up his full plan in the background, it plays off that he relies on Irene too much for his information, which I see as weak for his intelligence to be, supposed equal to Sherlock.
I mean, he's making them do the work for him, which is very in character for him, I think.
It doesn't. To me, it doesn't play off that way. It plays off that he's making Irene do the work for him, and Irene's plan is to go with Sherlock. She's not doing the work herself.
Yeah, but that's, you know, assuming this is anything like any other version of Moriarty, he has a lot of plates spinning.
Yes. Which is why I just feel like there should have been other goons or other people he has going around that would have hinted at like things changing or like questioning. Like Sherlock coming up to something and he goes like, "That's not the case. Like, why is this here?"
Yeah,
Or explains
it's
later, like he's picking up all the details in the lab and like how everything's connected to the magic and everything to Blackwood, but he never like focuses on one thing. It's like, but this didn't make sense to me, which is actually connected to Moriarty and not Blackwood.
yeah. I There's a level of like I think they do a good enough job setting up Moriarty, but not necessarily like he's not functioning as a secondary antagonist yet. He's just kind of going about the world, which is kind of I guess where the distinction of I guess what we would need for him from this particular Moriarty this early on in this iteration of Sherlock.
I need more
Because we
world interaction with him. I think that's where I lean. I don't need more of his character. I just need more world webbing.
You need another reference to him or something that could potentially be drawn to as him.
Yes, because to me, this movie is just Irene's connection to him.
Yeah, because I think we've invented a lot of ideas with like Rordan being like a message to Moriarty to stop looking into what we're doing, like the body. But obviously, there's no evidence for that. Like, if that was made explicit, I think that might solve your issues a little bit with terms of like world interaction with Moriarty.
It would help that Blackwood knows of Moriarty.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we'd be missing. We need another character to be aware of Moriarty's presence, even if they don't name Moriarty directly. We could infer that Moriarty's, might be pulling the strings elsewhere.
Yes, and this is a lot of back and forth between you and I, Ryder. But I want to know Crimson's point of view on it.
I mean, I'm more on the Sprinks side of things because I'm trying
Oh,
to
that's rare.
get this movie in isolation to itself without the second movie, and having this background antagonist or character, however you want to frame it for this particular film, um, who's there from pretty early on in the movie and is pretty pivotal with Irene as a character. I do think there needs to be more going on in the background, like when they go to what's his name, the missing tooth guy. When they go to his lab, uh, if Sherlock made a observation like, "Oh, someone was here before us," like it's somewhat changed in there. So like, okay, maybe Moriarty already investigated because he knows later. We're like, okay, he knows about the device. Maybe he already checked the place he would think it would be. Um, so that could be something. Just Sherlock observing someone's already checked the place. Um, or yeah, some secondary goon doing something out of the norm of the collective group. But with nothing else, we can be like, Moriarty somehow heard about this, and he doesn't know it's a chemical weapon, but he knows the radio device for some reason. That's a part of it. And then relies on Irene to get Sherlock to get to the bomb when he already knows about the device itself and the person working on it, so he just needs to follow the person. It's it's knowledge he already has before the events transpire, so he should be able to track it himself.
That's why I have him as weak. There's not enough to strengthen him.
All right, I'm moved more to 50-50 now. So there's that.
All right.
Because then we have obviously the thematic issue of Moriarty potentially trying to overshadow Blackwood, because Blackwood I think is an original character to this film. So there is the element of, if you have Moriarty too much in the film, that's what the fans are going to be looking for. That's not necessarily on the script writing itself. That's more of the meta interpretation. So I'm trying to reconcile the two, I guess, in my head now. Of how would one want to walk the balance of that? Because I do agree. I think they could strengthen the world building around Moriarty a little bit.
So I think Moriarty didn't necessarily need more character or more screen time in the film, because I think he is good being, a background kind of shadowy character cloaked in shadows. But again, like I said, there's the world connection that he does. I think would have strengthened his presence. I don't think he needs more screen time or more like to equal that of an antagonist like Blackwood in this film, because I think then that would have been a little weird if Blackwood's the main focus or aimed to be the main focus, and then there's the other guy cloaked in shadows is kind of 50-50 in him throughout. I think the pacing of that would have been off. But just like more of what he's doing in the background would have been better.
Yeah, maybe. I think, because thinking on it a little bit more, Springs, one of the issues you said is you don't like that he's not willing to get his hands dirty or something to that effect, or like he doesn't do enough.
Well, I brought up
He does
how
kill somebody,
at the end,
but
yeah, he does get his hands dirty, because I guess at that point word got to him that, or I guess Blackwood's dead, and Irene is in shackles, so Irene can't work with him anymore. So he goes out of his way to kill someone, which kind of implies that he doesn't have someone playing along else while Irene's doing one task. He doesn't have someone else doing another task. That's why he has to do it himself.
I mean, uh, the no, it's the more again. The reason that that happens is because Irene's job was to lure Sherlock away from the device, so that Moriarty can get the part that he wants. The
Yes,
issue I
keyword
actually took with
Moriarty, not someone else.
huh?
Moriarty went to go get the other device, not someone else to
Yeah,
go get the device for him.
yeah. The issue that I ended up taking with that part of the explanation, because I the issue I take with it is that Watson would have seen Moriarty, unless he left immediately after choking out
Dredger, yeah, maybe.
Dredger. But I always took it as that Irene's entire purpose there was just to get, once they knew where the device was, her job was to steal a part of it to get Sherlock to go away so that he can get what he wanted. Um,
Yes.
okay, I think we're all on the same page now. That was a crimson point, so Spring.
Oh boy. Um, little more than just a it looks cool moment, but 1 hour 47 minutes 45 seconds timestamp of the going up the stairs to the top of the bridge and that constant twirling of the camera and spiral effect going clockwise, which is a good detail. It's going clockwise, ticking of just like they're on a timer. I thought that was very smart
Yeah, and
and it
then
looked cool.
the shot where it ends up on Irene before she slips, right? Where the shot ends.
Shot ends with her just kind of being at the top of the tower or of the bridge, and then zooms out to show the whole bridge, and zooms back in to show the opposite end.
Okay, I see.
But
I
it's
see.
like going
But
up the
But
like
stairs,
it's
chasing
changing
her.
size.
The triangle kind of looking staircase spinning.
okay, I see what you mean. All right, all right. I will talk about tiny detail I liked, the quote unquote the theme of Blackwood being hung by London itself on the London Bridge, because it
No,
is it's very convenient that the bridge just happens to break in a very specific way to choke him to death and snap his neck
Yeah,
and
he
hang
gets
him.
Claytoned.
I
Yeah.
wrote Final Destination. That was
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. It's so
it's quite over the top.
heavy-handed. Yes.
And then the
The
crow. I guess the crow always appears when someone dies.
I
The
guess
crow
it kept
always appears
cropping up.
when Blackwood's about to kill somebody, usually, or Blackwood's at present,
Yeah.
or the idea that his presence is being felt.
Man, do you wish it was one
Um,
more crow? Then it would have been a real sign that there was a murder. But
It's a murder of crows. Here,
um,
I thought you were doing like a Norse reference of the Eyes of Odin or something.
well, I think that was a raven. Or those crows.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I thought it was ravens.
But yeah, so yeah, Blackwood got Final Destination, but obviously it's the idea is that London itself hung him. That is what they're going for, is the idea behind that.
Yeah.
Uh,
I I like the use of the smoke in Lord Coward's place to obscure Sherlock and hide. But how then it explained how he got out of his shackles later from Lestrade giving him the key. But how did he get around Lord Coward to get in the chair behind him?
Well, he's
mm,
not facing the smoke the whole time. He is walking around, so it's possible Sherlock walked around him when his back was turned.
they play with it enough that I think Sherlock could have gotten behind him with him having to play around. Like he does take a moment to like look at the window to open it and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's possible. Um, I absolutely hate that Sherlock opened up his mouth to get shot at.
I was just being
If
When he says,
cautious.
he,
"Oh, there's not any time to waste," then is there that?
yeah, he could have
Yeah,
easily been murdered, shot right there.
True.
But
It's
yeah,
Coward
also
was
weird
a
that
bad shot.
Coward hesitated. Like he
yeah.
heard him out before turning. That was
So
a
I think
movie
that
moment.
was bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, movie
Certainly.
moment. I think it's a movie moment. I do think it damages his character, and I think it was just very stiff. The next few camera angles up until Sherlock jumps out the window
Yeah.
for what is typically a dynamic movie.
Yeah. Also, I think the joke in the boat um, is one of the weaker jokes, I think, of the whole movie, of just like, oh, he was supposed to come out like lower level or the top window. Well, that's not the top window. It's the middle. I don't know. I just seemed like that was breaking tension from the previous scene, but it wasn't
Felt like
strong.
a Marvel joke.
Yeah, that's there to definitely to break the tension between the scene. Also agree, didn't like it. If could have made a better joke if you wanted to make a joke, like just have Watson say, "You look lovely," because they already have that. They already had a bit of that joke, bit of that back and forth
Yeah.
earlier in the film.
So, which window breaking dive from Parliament's better, this or Pink Panther?
I can't remember Pink Panther.
Or Red? I think Red had it. Or Red 2.
I can't
Red
remember
2.
that either.
Oh, okay.
Uh, I've only seen Red one, so I can help you with that. But Pink Panther
Oh,
was
it's Red
fun,
2.
but I like this movie more, so I'm just gonna pick this one.
Russo. Anyways, another
Crazy.
detective
Yeah.
show slash movie.
Uh, I think it's a if you're a first time viewer, finding out Lestrade as a member of the Order is kind of a twist.
Yes, but a good member of the Order.
Yeah. Obviously,
Was
since he works
he,
with Sherlock.
if he's a member of the Order, was he at that meeting where,
I mean, we don't know how large the order is. It could
I
that
like when
that could have been the
Sandwich
senior
died? Was
staff.
Yeah, as far as we know, that could have been the senior staff. This
but
kind of implies that
what?
Lestrade was kind of like on a lower level member of the
Well, in
Order.
that case, did Lestrade not get the antidote?
Well, he wouldn't. He wasn't going to be
Eventually,
in Parliament, so he wouldn't. He wouldn't have died. So probably not.
also true. Only the people at Parliament would have needed the antidote.
Guess that's true.
But it also kind of backs up Coward's earlier line about how he has a lot of connections to the police, and we now know that one of his connections is Lestrade. So that was an interesting twist in the film, and Lestrade doesn't really have to act when he punches Sherlock because Sherlock talks down to him quite a bit. But it's still a lot of trust between Lestrade and Sherlock, which I enjoy.
Well, yeah, Sherlock explains how he's the chief or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. I brought up earlier, just like the quote unquote teleportation of Blackwood. The one of him appearing on the bridge was,
Oh, from up top, just
yeah,
jumping
that's a
down.
bit atrocious because they actually show you a shot of the top of the bridge and he's not there.
Yeah,
Well,
he.
also atrocious is Sherlock coming in from the right side of the screen, even though there's no right side. it's just it's a straight
Line.
bridge, and the other end is where he would have come in from the right side, but that was way far down.
Yeah, and also Blackwood catching up to them like at all.
Well, that's to play if he was up
Yeah,
there to begin with. He was the first
and
one up there.
Yeah.
and as I kind
You
of
know where
said
they're
earlier,
running.
the bridge keeps changing sizes.
Yeah,
On the
the bridge
wide
keeps.
shot, it's far, but when they have all the close up talking, it's not
It's
nearly as
closer to
far
where
as
they
the
came out.
wide
Yeah,
shot.
you're right.
Yeah. Uh, yep, I agree with that.
The wide shot
Also
makes it look
having.
like a good, I don't know, 50 feet long on the end, and then the closer up, maybe it's 30.
Yeah. I will say, having walked from Parliament to the London Bridge, they went quite a distance.
A good time.
They did. They made very good time. I obviously they're doing it for the movie's sake. They could have legitimately run that distance, but
Well, Ryder, they took the tunnels, the sewer system,
that's true. Which I don't know.
which
Could I guess?
I have a nitpick with the sewer system of when Irene goes down first and she turns around and you see the water current come out. So like someone's following her, which is Sherlock. The water she's currently in is still even though her footprints were just in that, causing ripples. It would have not been still water.
Yeah.
Yeah, bit of continuity nitpick. I agree. I definitely have quoted Blackwood a lot from this film before. I don't know if I've done it on the podcast. Uh,
No.
Maybe not. But I've definitely said I have returned from beyond the grave to fulfill England's destiny a few times.
Certainly heard you say that a couple times.
Yeah, that is me quoting Blackwood's like speech to Parliament. So now you probably better get the direct reference from me.
Suppose so, but I won't be calling you Blackwood anytime soon.
Oh, I don't want to be called Blackwood. No,
No. I'll stick with Ravencroft. And I guess most recently, Atreyu.
who?
Atreyu. You said
Who?
when you were young. Okay.
Uh,
Never-ending story, man.
Yeah, you said you were
yeah,
younger. Your mom used to
Crimson Go.
call you because of your hair.
Who? Crimson Go.
Okay.
Sorry, I
Whatever
thought it
that
was
was.
public knowledge.
Uh, what was it? Oh, yes. So we had Sherlock established as tech-savvy inventor man. Irene, we didn't get that established as a character trait. So her disarming this device was a bit out there for me. Because we know she's smart, but we haven't established she's tech smart.
Well,
Yes.
Sherlock explains how the device works to them, and then she comes up with the idea. Okay, we can just remove the cylinders then.
Yeah, but it's the
So,
way she took them off, though. I mean, it's not as simple as just pulling them off.
well,
She'll
Sherlock and her both make the plan together.
Yes. She also seemed way too confident and calm, showing Sherlock the like defense the machine has. Like I guess a coin or whatever she puts on it and just like shoots out like a bullet.
Mhm.
Like that could have killed someone. Anyone in that room.
Yeah.
And she just shrugs it off.
With the spinning gears, would it have been enough for her to deduce that would be the result of touching it?
I don't know. Because this is something that none of them have seen the likes of before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They understand they understand that it's mechanical and they understand that it's unique.
But they don't know its purpose and how dangerous.
Yeah. Until
They
Sherlock
know it's a
explains it.
deadly chemical.
Yeah, it has
They know it will
cyanide in it.
release a deadly chemical, yeah. They see Sherlock explains to both of them how it works before they approach it and the fight starts. So that's the benefit of that scene. I don't take an issue with that, Crimson. Is her quote unquote figuring out the device. It was a group effort between her and Sherlock.
Or Crimson, do you mean more of the sake like how she makes a little makeshift explosive to stop it?
I guess it's her proficiency and confidence towards it. Because it's a deadly device with a deadly chemical agent, of which, if it leaked, could probably kill them. Uh, it's just
And she put a small
it doesn't.
quote unquote pipe bomb next to
She
it.
put a bomb on it. It just seems too calm for the scenario set forth, and they
Alright.
both are messing with something new.
She does
Yeah.
seem too confident.
That I will accept. Yes. I do think she comes across as a little too confident. I think they both should be here. There's calm under pressure, which I like, but I think they could both be a little bit more unnerved because it is a new device. Even if it is Sherlock's idea to use the pipe bomb to serve
Especially
as
for what the three of us have already sleuthed about Moriarty's plans earlier. There's no way he knows the makeshifts of this bomb to tell her, like, okay, Irene, when you get up here, this is what you're going to have to do.
yeah.
Don't blow this up.
No, this was on the fly.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever part she was going to take that doesn't work isn't just to give an opening for Moriarty to come back and get what he wants. Which also lends to why she starts the fight before the boys could come up with a plan too.
True. Do you think Irene even knew the part that Moriarty wanted? Or just told her which part
I
for her to take? Because what if she destroyed the
uh,
one he wanted?
I don't know. Like I said, that
Check
just
the
raises
evidence.
question marks. I can assume that all I know is that Moriarty wants specifically if not the full like part piece of like the radio wave wire, the
Yeah.
radio wave
If the
technology,
pipe bomb
or
damaged the receiver, that would have been
yeah. Well, I mean that's Sherlock making a controlled explosion over a welding piece,
Sherlock making
over
explosive.
the welded piece. What'd you say?
You said Sherlock making a explosive over a welding piece?
Yeah, well, he helps come up with the plan, so that's what I mean by make helping to make it, because he says his play pipe will services what the where all the bullets will go. So he's not literally in charge of that, but he helps make the plan for it.
Okay.
Let's see. I do. This might be me reading into the film, but I quite like the idea that there is a martial arts specialist down there that's specifically there to prevent Sherlock from reaching the device. That's why, well, at least that's my assumption.
Can you explain more into that?
Uh,
What do you mean by a martial arts
yeah.
specialist?
Well, it's the one that Sherlock begs or asks Adler to shoot him to help. Like he's fighting a very very competent like hand to hand combat specialist.
That guy didn't
Okay.
stand out as special to me.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
saw the
Okay.
convenience of shoot him. It's easier and faster than wasting effort to try to neutralize him.
Yeah. The reason I say that is because he does clearly put Sherlock on the back foot with martial arts or a form of it. So that was my my reading into it was I deliberate Blackwood might know Sherlock might be there, so he planted there specifically after watching Sherlock bust up his last um plan, or his the murder at the beginning of the story.
Well, the last thing he knew was Sherlock was going to be dead at the hands of Coward, right?
Yeah. So the
Because they don't have
presumption
cell
is
phones to call. Hey, Sherlock escaped Parliament. He's on his way to the bomb.
yeah, the presumption uh well, maybe because Coward's in Parliament by the time Blackwood gets there. So maybe Coward could have told him at some point.
I suppose, but then they'd have to go out and get the specialist.
Yeah,
That's for
my assumption
one.
is the specialist. Like I said, it's just me reading into it, so I have no idea. It's they have a hand combat specialist. One of my ideas potentially to read into it was it was there as a backup plan to help with Sherlock's combat ability.
And Irene was able to shoot the guy, but couldn't shoot Dredger in the face. That was convenient.
Yeah, shot him in the hat,
Shot him in
Yeah,
the hat.
and he's tall, so she would have had to aim upward comparatively to any other person.
yeah. I also wrote the same thing down. Just remove the second shot. The first shot was fine because you could theoretically argue the axe bit helped him protect him. You don't need the second one.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then Irene was just getting hit a lot to me here. When she was running across the bridge, she almost ran off
Yeah.
the
Also,
edge and killed herself. I was
she thought
just
it was
like,
complete.
what?
She thought the
What's
bridge was
happening?
done.
I guess
Could
she
she not
thought there
see
were.
3 feet in front of her?
I guess not.
I guess. I
It's
guess
London.
not.
It's murky. You can't see anything.
It's,
Have you
can't even
seen
see
the
my own
filter on this
fingertips.
film? Have you seen the filter on this film? I can barely see.
Fog is thick as
um,
pea soup.
I agree. Yeah, Adler gets a few hits in this one. Um,
Lucky how she landed on that low platform too.
Yeah,
yeah,
that
there was
is.
that little
Hey,
platform
another
didn't exist.
convenience.
Yep. Um,
Unless Blackwood did that on purpose.
No,
I don't think Blackwood has any reason to. So
no. He
no.
even paused before pushing her.
He looked directly at Sherlock to make sure he knew.
Yeah. So yeah, doubt that. It would have been interesting if she actually fell in the water and she was just gone. You would miss that whole shackling scene, but then it would play off of kind of like a um, that she survived kind of thing later.
Quite possibly.
We hinted at
Um,
it earlier. Who wants to tackle the slab?
You do. Because I'm
No, okay.
blanking on the slab. What's the slab?
The
The grave.
stone, the covering of his tomb.
Yeah, go ahead.
Uh, I mean, you were also talking about. Okay. So it's discovered that it was some Egyptian glue that was used to assemble this slab, and it would dissolve in rain. And that's the magic of how he broke out. But it is shown that it expanded outwards and not falling inwards.
Yeah. And even if it fell inwards, he would then have to push everything out to make it appear as though he like burst out of his um grave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he would, and because they established the weight of it, because they established that it was broken. He had it broken before his funeral, or he had it broken before he was buried, and put back together using the adhesive. But he would have needed manpower to move all the big, like, what did they say, 50-ton rocks or 10-ton rocks?
Whatever it was.
Yeah,
Heavy.
it weighed a lot. He would need help. So it only they half explained it. They don't.
Yes, there would have to been a
Was
force on
the
the inside or outside to push and pull.
was the witness anything? I don't remember if that got explained.
No, he's just
No,
like, "Well, when the
the
dead
witness just
walk
all
the
he
So
earth,
the
the
says.
witness is a
living will
real
fill these
witness.
coffins." Ooh.
Yeah, well, all the witness says is that he saw Blackwood walking through the graveyard. That's all he saw.
So interesting. Then when would there have been time to swap the body out in the coffin? Then the witness saw Blackwood leave the coffin or
I
the
don't
grave.
know. Like I said, there's a lot of things that are questionable here. It could have been that, like,
Is it ever stated that the witness saw Blackwood leave his grave, or just saw him in the graveyard?
I don't remember well enough to state that.
they just say that he saw him walking in the graveyard, and that's it.
Okay, then that could have been in the graveyard, but farther down is where it could have been witnessed, and then the action taking place here. So the witness may have missed all the other like goons or members of the order helping get him out and putting the Braden's body into the coffin and all that, and that wasn't a nice shot of the witness.
Could be. It's still a lot. It's not impossible though.
That just plays more
But the
Um,
into
rock
that
shows.
um,
yeah,
Blackwood didn't escape on his own.
yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
more people know about it, the more odds it would have come out that it was fake too. That's something they never really acknowledge.
all right. Funny enough, I'm rewatching the film a little bit in the Blackwood fight scene with RDJ. The platform that Irene lands on appears and disappears, or it's just shot in a very specific way to hide it. So that platform is there in earlier shots.
I think it doesn't necessarily disappear, but it is certainly lower than what it should have been, and she should have been more injured because
Yeah,
it's kind of like
I think
out of shot.
yeah, she would have had a bit of a concussion, maybe. It's a 10-foot fall, I think. Looks like, at least.
It's survivable.
It's
Yeah,
survivable. So still convenient, but it is at least set up to be there.
that's good.
Um, Otherwise, outside of the adhesive with honey to and the grave, I think everything else works as a reasonable explanation.
Yes, but then there's that wind thing. But yeah,
Yeah, well, the wind thing is just for dramatic effect. And they I agree that would have been cool if they explained that, but it's not really relevant to the murders. It's just a cool effect that they decided to do.
and then again in my notes I wrote like, okay, explained all that, but how'd Blackwood still cheat death? And then the next scene is, oh, okay, mad honey disease, got it.
Yeah, not the Mad Honey disease, but the hook in
The
the
hook of the hanging
yeah
and the mad honey
yeah
Well,
disease
the
to
Goonies.
lower his breathing. Goonies.
yeah.
Yeah, the hook behind the neck for the hanging.
I'm blanking on the scene.
That's how one of the brothers escaped the jail in the
Oh,
beginning.
yes. Oh my gosh. Wow. How did I blank on that? Yeah, absolutely. That's a big part
Yeah.
of that movie. Yeah. Gotcha. Sorry, I was thinking of Heather's.
Oh, different movie.
Yeah. Where Winona
I
Ryder
haven't
faked
seen
her
that.
death.
um, so, yeah, but also yes, I'm kind of happy that I'm again. They explain that even if you were questioning it, they explain that in the epilogue, which I'm kind of happy they saved it for because it's not really relevant to
The
the
monologue.
breakdown of yeah, it's not
Yeah.
really relevant to the monologue, but we still got our explanation.
Yeah.
So I appreciate.
Well, Sherlock's big thing with Blackwood is just dishing on him like your magic's fake.
Yeah.
You're a bad magician, not necessarily like, oh, here's how everything I figured out about you. It wasn't an ego boost. It was just a roast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise, I think it's stands up there for me as far as detective breakdowns and monologues. There are a few holes in it, but that's not necessarily the monologue's faults. It is the plot of the film. Crimson, you got somewhere you want to jump to?
Sure. Sherlock takes Irene's stolen necklace and makes a beautiful wedding ring out of it.
How kind.
Huge. Yeah, and
Especially
I
since it's a
guess they never found the old one.
stolen crystal.
Yeah, stolen gem, and hopefully Mary doesn't lose that. That's a big rock.
Yeah.
Actually,
Uh,
I don't know if you want to be wearing that in the streets of
You
London.
don't.
You're getting prime
In
robbed right there.
1890s, absolutely not.
I think the only benefit of that is the carriage is every. She takes a carriage everywhere. If she was walking around with it like outside, yeah, that'd be a big problem.
Yeah, you'd be bumped and it would be
Yeah,
gone.
the only place that she walks to is from there. She goes to just into the door of 221B.
True, but if she has a pattern of being in places throughout days, she could be spied on and a mission, I guess, could be taking place. But
Yeah, and they never find the original ring that was left. I guess Watson never went back to look.
Well,
oh yeah,
she was the best I can assume is he tried to look for it and just gave up. That's pretty much what happens in that scene. Because then he needs to go help his friend.
that would have been cool to play with of something if like if Moriarty had another goon or something investigating after this event to go check on everything and found that and tried to connect it to a different clue somehow when it was an accident from Watson. That would have been interesting.
Moriarty, you mean?
Yeah, like if Moriarty had a goon who went in after the arsonists when Sherlock and Watson were already gone and the arsonists are gone and Dredger's gone to like examine Robertson's place and finds that ring and like tries to piece together that maybe like Sherlock had it and was going to propose to Irene or something and plays that on to right like just something like that where that piece of evidence left toyed with something else later on because it does just kind of be like oh you have it and it's gone.
That would be fun. I don't think it's needed, but that would be cool.
Yeah, like if he had it on the train or something, you could see it on the table in front of him, or could just be a little detail to show he was in that room at some point, or someone was.
Yeah. Or
Yeah,
even
I think
Sherlock
it'd be cool.
being, they investigated the room and they found this in evidence and he has the ring and Watson goes to like, "Oh, thank Sherlock," like goes to grab it and goes, "But, as a man of your taste and with Mary being yada and whatever trying to like upscale her, he pulls out the other one. It's like this one's far better."
Oh yeah, like instead of it would be a payoff, I guess, is to him gifting the ring to them. Like so, we see him giving them the ring.
Yeah. Because as it plays out,
That would
the
be
ring's totally gone and the police never investigated that building then.
yeah, that would be interesting, and it would be more into their dynamic and like Sherlock accepting Mary too. If we saw him give them the ring.
Yeah. It would actually play more into what we touched on earlier of having another stronger Sherlock interaction with Mary. But this time,
Yeah,
instead of Mary to Sherlock, it's Sherlock to Mary. That would have been
yeah,
nicer.
which would be a positive improvement. All right. I'm kind of low on notes for this act, gentlemen. How are you both looking?
I'm also looking well.
Pretty empty.
All right. One more time around the horn then.
Yeah, starting with Springs.
Uh,
Oh, all right. Springs, I guess you're up first.
yeah, I'm just double checking if I actually have anything. It's a nice cliffhanger to say the case is reopened from Moriarty that we saw throughout the movie, so it's not just like ignored.
Yeah. So we're not like we didn't waste our time. We know that it's set up, kind of.
Yeah,
I'll
I guess.
go.
Oh, okay. I'm like, it's one of you
Oh
two.
yeah, yeah. I'll go. So tiny detail I like, even though it's yeah, as we talked about, it's definitely lucky that Adler landed in the right spot. Um, I like that Sherlock checks on her during the fight when he has a moment.
Hmm.
It's a little again, just shows that he cares for people. So just in his own way.
Yeah, and definitely that person in particular.
Yes. Uh, Crimson, your last points, potentially
All
last
right,
point.
last point. I was searching for it. Was I? I would imagine it was intentional. Was during the dinner, Sherlock pointed out Watson's sword cane, implying that he was a soldier. And then we have Blackwood fighting with a sword cane. So I guess that implies Blackwood was in the military,
Oh,
As a
which would
gift,
explain
maybe.
his combat skills as well.
that's a good
Yeah,
detail.
that's a good detail. I like that. Um, I do like. I'll jump on one more because I've got a few I think, but I'll end
Power
it
of the
after this
host.
one. Yeah.
You can go five
Yeah.
more.
Me and my non-committalness to the story and all that. I like that Adler by the end actually just wants to tell Sherlock about Moriarty because she also doesn't want to be under his thumb. Even though we don't get the full, she doesn't get out all the information on him, but she tells him that he's a professor and agrees with him. Like points out that his observations were correct. And then we get the line of referencing earlier in the film is like I've woken up in handcuffs before, but naked because Adler left him naked. Um, and yeah,
Yes, he did
that's
not return the favor.
yeah,
No.
uh, yeah. I think that would definitely alter the tone of the film a bit too much. um, well, with that, gentlemen, I'm out. So should we move to summary and ratings?
Sounds good to
I
me.
believe so.
All right. Springs, why don't you start us off?
Oh boy, oh boy. Let's start with something crazy. My subjective changed. Um, how that happened?
That's rare.
Yeah, how that happened was upon viewing the movie, I went in to log it on Letterboxd and I saw what my rating for it, my star levels was for this movie, and I went, that doesn't seem where I have it now after watching it for the podcast. So my subjective on what Letterboxd told me was an 8, or 4 stars. I have it now as a 7. Still fun movie, very good. Entertaining and witty and quick and good jokes and action and what have you. But I don't think it's a blown out of the water kind of movie. Like, wow, this is amazing kind of deal, or like better than I thought it was. So probably earlier instances I was more into it, and not it's just not a terrible movie, but I think it fits more for me for a 7. Um, Objectively, however, I think the acting is really darn good, like across the board. Like everyone's acting is very good in this movie. The cinematography work I think is very decent, very good, very creative shots here and there, but some of them are puzzling, like the cut to the kid for humor. Um, the editing I think is decent. There are definitely parts where I think it could have been cut a little better of hence sake for a better delivery in what it's showing off, or a pace just a little like pace thing. So it's not terrible, but there are just elements to it. CGI is of its time, but I do think it's a lighting problem. I've thought about it more of a lighting problem, not to color correct the practical effect usages to the CGI work, and it makes it look not just dated but a little off. Um, I think the writing's pretty good and witty, very witty across all fronts. Watson's dickish performance onto Sherlock, and Sherlock's like ego, but also sleuthing, and he's not doing it to boast himself, but do it to just be right. Um, and I think all that, and then Mary's lines are okay, and Irene I think is good. Moriarty, Blackwood, Lord Coward, all those lines, even Clarkey. Um, the story overall, I think, is very interesting of a supernatural approach to Sherlock, of a murder mystery ish or sideways kind of thing, but how it's all sleuth and how it works, but it's not fully worked out. And then Moriarty being a background presence, but still, as we same thing, not fully worked out. So definitely, I think the whole writing, I guess, total of the story and plot could have been stronger. And there's a lot of coincidences, a lot of conveniences to make the plot move along, which I don't think necessarily needed to be present in how they show it. It could have been tweaked to make it more smooth and more realistic, I think, with their depiction. Um, I noticed also, I guess, with the camera work, but I guess it's might just be a thing in Guy Ritchie that I've noticed. A lot of conversational shots are very close up. There's not a lot of angles or shots of both characters in frame. It's like close up of one character and then cut to the other, and the discussions back and forth with those two shots. This film also has shots where it seems action is happening in the midground, and the foreground is blurred, and that happens a couple instances. Good one is Dredger fighting Sherlock in the room. There's like all the equipment on the table is all blurred, and you see that in the mid ground focused. It's focused on Mary while Sherlock is the doctor in the foreground, or yeah, the foreground blurred. There was one of Irene, I think, when we first introduced to her in the mid ground, for mid back, sorry, in the mid ground, and the foreground's all blurred of the people and kind of like um, the wooden banister, I guess, kind of the fight cage arena. So there's a lot of that, and I think it's very stylized with that look of the movie. Kind of makes it pop and unique for its own overall. I feel like there's something I always forget, but overall, I think it's pretty solid. But it does have some nits and picks here and there. So I have it at a 7.5.
That's very fair. Crimson, you're going next, buddy.
I am? All right.
You are.
So I will start with my subjective as well. I have this logged on my letterbox at 4 stars, which would be an 8. And though I don't think it is an 8, I do believe it's a 7.5, which would round up. So I have it at 7.5. It's a fun movie. I like the combat in it. None of the characters are annoying to me. The supernatural spin is fun. Just a good, I'd say, popcorn film. That's good. I'll probably see it again. Objectively, my score did go down. Um, I think Mary's character with her 160, 170 spin is a nick to her character in this. Whether or not it carries on to the next film is not really relevant to this one in isolation. Because she's not in that many scenes, and if there's a larger flip, I think it's a kind of a big negative onto them. For Sherlock and Watson, I feel they're pretty consistent within themselves. I think the only Sherlock inconsistency I brought up was in the beginning, and that's forgetting the oven was on, and you guys were thinking that was within his character or within reason. So I'll I'll go with you guys on it. It's within reason. What's not within reason is him talking to Lord Coward and risk getting shot in the face in the room while being like 4 feet away from the guy. That makes zero sense. He should have just dove out the window, which he ended up doing. And Watson, pretty consistent with himself, I believe, all the way through. Uh, Probably my biggest issue in this film is Blackwood's motivations for the film. And by motivations, I mean motives of getting Sherlock involved. His motivation of the chemical weapon to drive up fear about his magic abilities and taking over the world or whatever, that's fine. That makes sense. But getting Sherlock's involvement, we talked about it, and by the end, I don't think there was a strong enough argument to involve Sherlock. Even if it was a Riddler angle, I don't see that within Blackwood's character. So I do find that as a pretty big negative on him. And we had a big talk on Moriarty, and I do land on it's more of a negative for him, with him being throughout the whole film and having no real presence in the background, implying he's doing something. And we don't know the origin of how he knows about the device. Why didn't he go for it sooner if he did have the knowledge of who made it? Um, why did he wait to the literal last second about when it's about to go off? I think Moriarty has a few holes here, which could potentially be patched in the second film, explaining his connection to the device or um, Blackwood stuff. I really don't remember. So that could retroactively get better. I think the visuals look good. I think they did a good job building this world, as Ryder was complimenting the setting for. The chain, yeah, not great. This the chain spool. I think the explosion was acceptable. If I was to rate it, I'd give it like a 6.5 ish, which is a little in line with Sprinks' 5 range on our separate scales. Um, I agree the acting's good. I think the conclusion was well crafted, minus the honey glue, which was talked about. Now I'm just retreading on points. So I had it at an 8 originally, and I'm ending at a 7.5, unfortunately, matching my subjective. Because overall, there weren't too many errors, but there were a few. So that's where I'm at.
I like to
Yeah.
just add in that I'm in agreement that there was not enough shown throughout this movie at all of Blackwood testing Sherlock's intelligence for a Riddler angle, that he's playing him to see how smart he is.
I guess I'll start by adding on to that for my rating. I agree with your assessment on the Blackwood. Um, if they were going to go with the more Riddler-esque kind of angle, the thrill of having a challenge, they would need to have made that a little bit more explicit. Because it seems like Blackwood pulled him in as like almost just like arrogance or a dare, which is not exactly in line with what we see going forward with him as a character. Um, and I also agree with I'm on the 50-50 on the Moriarty angle. I do think his presence definitely could have been strengthened. I don't see it as a complete negative as you guys do, but definitely see it as half a negative at least. I think that yeah, his presence could have been strengthened, giving him something to do in the background that would have made his impact at the end like he's the next big case, like he's the next big threat. Like that would have been it made that feel more poignant or pointed. Um, the biggest issues I take away from this film is all the conveniences that kept churning the plot forward. Why was Roridan in the casket? Why did the arsonist just happen to show up with Sherlock and Watson? Kind of felt like it was like, oh, time for an action sequence kind of feeling that you get from it. Um, it's this plot is driven a lot on convenience, and that is bulldozed into the characters a little bit, uh, where you start questioning the level of intelligence that certain characters have. and like what access to information they have, which kind of goes into the big Moriarty talk. Um, the world building, I think, by and large, is pretty good, and how the characters interact with the world, as far as their knowledge, is pretty great as well. The exception to that being they should be a little bit more unnerved when they are faced with a new device that none of them have ever seen before. They could work calmly under pressure, but I think I would add a little bit more tension to the scene if this is still they're doing their best guesswork, essentially, even though they're making deductions based on what they understand the device is. Um, Overall, objectively, see the plots. The biggest issue with the plot is convenience. There is a tiny bit of plot armor here and there. World building is good. I outside of Mary, I think all the characters are pretty good. And outside of Mary, the aforementioned Blackwood and Moriarty stuff, I think the all the characters are very consistent. I think they're excellently written, and I think the only things need of the characters that have a bit of damage to them, I think you just need to tweak a couple things about them to make them better. Um, uh, to not sound like an echo in this room, but I'm also at an objective 7.5. It did go down from 8 because I think originally, which I think it was pointed out to me more conveniences over the course of our discussion that helped bring it down a little bit more. But overall, pretty good film. Almost a great film. It's just a few things need to be tweaked here and there as far as the script's concerned. Um, Subjectively, as I said, this was a household favorite. I still love it. Um, I didn't share this as a fact at the beginning, but looking at like best adaptations of Sherlock lists, funny enough, this was fairly consistent across the board. As far as best adaptations of Sherlock go, this was always 6 or 7 on the list. um, but this is a personal favorite for me. I think I had heard and read some Sherlock stories growing up, but Sherlock was never a household name for me until this film, so I have a lot of subjective love for this. My subjective is at an 8.5. I would happily watch this movie again, and I definitely will.
Awesome.
Aye,
Yeah.
aye.
And with that, gentlemen, shall I read us out?
I think you
Well,
shall.
like
If Sprinks is done.
the one thing we didn't really touch on is, well, Ryder, you brought up a little of like how this movie makes shippers happy. And I guess I never really picked it up on my first few watchings, but I did for this one for the podcast. The relationship between Sherlock and Watson is very sexual, like very high tension.
Uh, yeah. I mean, a lot of it's due to Jude Law's and Robert Downey Jr.'s like just
Yeah, their
excellent on-screen chemistry.
but it's very
Yeah, but
like
this,
bisexual energy, curious kind of thing, like because of Irene and Mary's presence. But
oh yeah,
Black Mirror.
this film definitely spawned a lot of fan fictions well before the BBC one came out, and that one just threw it into even more into overdrive. The BBC updated Benedict Cumberbatch Sherlock.
yes,
But yes, this was definitely laid the groundwork because there is a lot of chemistry between the two characters. Um, but yeah, didn't really touch on it because I guess they never really went there with the story. So, um,
I just wanted to
so shall I
pipe
read
that
us?
in there.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
Shall I read us out, gentlemen?
one last thing because I know you'll just go into the outros. Audience, let us know down in the comments if you think next week we're going to be tackling Game of Shadows. I'm just curious.
That would be
Yeah.
interesting if we end up doing that, huh?
All right, now I
Uh,
think you're good.
okay. Well, audience, thank you for listening, whether it be Spotify, Amazon, Castbox, Good Pods, iHeartRadio, Podcast, and Samsung. And you have to be on our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble. Thank you for watching our PNG Troopers slideshow there. Please feel free to like, comment, subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. As always, I've been a Geeky Writer,
I'm Christian Maroon.
And I'm Springs.
and we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.